We're going to resource mobilization.
Yes.
It should be Edwin, but I can start.
Just ask him, he's there.
Resource mobilization. Okay. Which is you? Me. Yeah. It's page 7.
Okay. Can you please drop a message?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a nice lunch and a nice rest, and we'll now proceed with our meeting. We're now on agenda item 22, update on implementing the resource mobilization and partnership strategy. I have led the task force. We've had 2 task forces bringing advisory board members together intersessionally this past year. One was on the topic we just discussed, TA prioritization criteria, and the other was on resource mobilization and partnership strategy. I want to thank everyone who is actively engaged in the work of that task force throughout the year. As you know, we've developed a resource mobilization strategy, and now we are going about the business of implementing that strategy. We will now hear from the CTCN Secretariat about progress towards implementing that strategy. I'm expecting an active participation from advisory board members on this topic. So without further delay, Rajiv, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge and thank the role of the advisory board members, including the observers who had supported us or who had supported the Secretariat in reaching out to prospective donors and made connections and made our connections with them. Today, we also have our colleague from UNEP, Resource Mobilization team, who is joining us online. And this is just for information, and if there are any questions, probably we would be able to answer them. Next slide, please. The COP17, it had a decision that the CTC and the mobilization of the services of the network should be funded from various sources, ranging from the financial mechanisms, philanthropic organization, private sources, as well as financial and in-kind contribution from the host of the CTCN and from the participants in the network. It also invited the parties in a position to do so to support the CTCN. The COP27 Decision 18 CP27 requested the CTCN to finalize and implement a resource mobilization and partnership strategy and to report back to the COP. These tasks have already been undertaken. The advisory board has approved the resource mobilization strategy in 2023, and the Secretariat is in the process of implementing it. Next slide, please. The new strategy recognizes that resource mobilization goes hand in hand with the strategies to attract more resources from the existing and new donors, as well as that enhanced communication to bring out the impact of the CTCN services in spirit of the Paris Agreement. And the objectives of creating a CTCN is an important factor which would lead to more resource mobilization. Next slide, please. As the parties may recall, there were 6 strategic actions which are identified as a part of the resource mobilization. I'm going to dive more deep into strategic action 1, 2, 3, and also touch upon the support provided by the advisory board and a bit on visibility and outreach strategy and communications, but this would be more covered tomorrow when my colleague is going to present the CTCN strategy, communication strategy and an action plan. Strategic action 6 was already covered on the joint meeting between of the TEC and the CTCN advisory board members. Next slide, please. Looking at strategic action 1, I'm pleased to inform that after the strategy came out, we started working, or we have got donor agreement signed with the European Union for 2 million euros, which is recently signed, and we also had a 3 million euro signed with the European Commission for 10 innovative community-based adaptation technology projects. So in total, in the reporting period, after the strategy came out, 5 million euros have been raised from the European Commission. We are working with the government of Germany, which is actively considering a 1 million euro project, 1 million euro project. And we are also developing a kind of a joint proposal with GIZ for 10 million euros, specifically focusing on F-gas technologies. The government of Denmark have committed 30 million additional funding, 30 million Danish kroner additional funding. We have already submitted the first round of proposals, and it is under active consideration by the government of Denmark. We have started working with the government of Korea, and we have started discussions for enhancing the funding from the government of Korea, specifically on topics related to collaborative RD&D. In the meantime, we continue to engage with the government of Japan, Spain, and Sweden, and we have received contributions from them for 2024. In addition to that, we have a resource mobilization expert now in-house, and we have started reaching out. Reaching out to some of the donors which have provided support to the CTCN previously, but have not done in the past few years. So we have started actively reaching out to them to see how we can incite them and how we can get some support from them. We have also started discussion. We have also started discussion with the Israel Development Agency, Meshav, and we had a very good meeting with them, and we are looking for support from Meshav, and we are developing a joint capacity building program on technologies related to agriculture sector, on various technologies related to the agriculture sector. We are very hopeful that within this year, these plans would be formalized and launched. We continue to seek pro bono support, and the government of Korea and the government of Japan have agreed to support the CTCN through 2 pro bono technical assistance from the government of Korea and 1 in the government, from the government of Japan on innovative new technologies. Um, we continued our effort not just to raise resources, but to have a kind of a combined capacity building program. And we collaborated with the nationally designated entity of Germany and the German Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, and did a joint capacity building, program on F gases, wherein we invited more than 16 NDEs globally. We also established a collaboration with UNITAR. As you may know, UNITAR is again a UN agency which supports in providing capacity building through online resources. So we are developing a partnership and collaboration with UNITAR so that their services can be utilized in the future for capacity building programs, specifically on artificial intelligence and the other programs which are there in our program or in the work plan. We also established collaboration with UNESCAP, Asia Pacific Center for Technology Transfer, and again, with them we are trying to develop a publication on the use of digital technologies or application of digital technologies. Our colleagues have contributed from the CTC and technical assistance request various case studies to this publication, and we are also working with Asia Pacific Center for Technology Transfer to co-develop or co-design capacity building program on artificial intelligence. Again, this would be on a cost-sharing basis. The advisory board members in the last meeting had asked us to report on how the UNEP as the host agency is supporting us, and these are some examples. It's quite an elaborate list, but these are some examples. Like UNEP, through the Buildings and Cities unit, it is co-financing a technical assistance in Ghana on developing green building codes and guidelines. The UNEP Go for SDGs team is also supporting CTC and technical assistance request, which is a multi-country request in the Latin American countries on strengthening the financial framework for SMEs to advance circular economy initiatives aligned to the NDCs, and these countries are in Chile, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. It's a small amount of money, but the team is providing a large support through their presence there and in helping us interact with the countries. The UNEP you have. Can you please mute someone? You have seen UNEP Executive Director made a strong pitch during COP for resource mobilization for the CTC and the technology mechanism. And in any of the meetings, any of the bilateral meetings which our ED has with various donors, CTCN provides input in form of briefing notes explaining what we expect from donors, and our ED makes a strong pitch of it during her bilateral meetings. Next slide, please. So this was on the strategic action 1. On strategic action 2, enhance and diversify engagement with development finance resources and international finance institutions. The CTCN is working very closely with the Adaptation Fund, and as you must have, in previous interventions, I have already mentioned this thing. We have a $10 million AFCIA 2 project, which is approved in the concept note worth $5 million, which has been approved. We have also prepared and submitted a proposal to coordinate the AFCIA 2 global program. This is worth $3.7 million. It is likely to be approved in the forthcoming board meetings if it is technically cleared. With the GCF, what we have realized is that there is a new readiness policy which may require a change in approach from us, and we are looking and talking to the countries on how we can best utilize the changed approach in the GCF. We have organized joint events and programs in terms of structured dialogue in the Eastern Eastern European countries, and in also the countries in the Asia and the Pacific. We also supported the webinar, webinar on GCF and German government funded programs on promoting climate technology innovation scale, and we have heard about this, that the tech chair participated in it and provided an intervention and an opening remark. I have also mentioned this, the concept note for SMEs in Kenya in partnership with the Kenya Commercial Bank has moved to the PPF stage, and we have to start working on it. We have started talking to the World Bank. Our colleagues are here from the World Bank, and again, the intention is to how we can collaborate and how the technical assistance which the CTCN has undertaken can be scaled up. We have already identified a few technical assistance requests, and we are in the discussion with the team in the World Bank to see how the work of the CTCN can be further scaled up. When we submitted the proposal, when we are prepared or in the process of preparing the proposal for F-gases, which we are preparing with GIZ, we are also in close contact with European Investment Bank, which has shown keen interest to scale up the technologies for replacement of F-gas equipments in the transmission and distribution sector, in the electricity transmission and distribution sector. As a result of our participation in some of the structured dialogues, we were introduced to Eurasian Development Bank, and we have fruitful discussion with the Eurasian Development Bank, which is largely looking at the Central Asian countries and some of the countries, some of the Balkan countries, and we are in active discussions with them. As next steps, we would be moving towards signing an MOU. We have identified some of the technical assistance requests, which is of interest to them. And one of the important things here to mention is that the EDB, or Eurasian Development Bank, is focusing exclusively on the private sector. So they are financing projects from the private sector, from the private institutions within the countries. What we see our role here is that the countries can approach us, and we together with with EDB can try to de-risk the investments, so that once the right policies are there in place, the EDB can go and finance those particular private sector institutions. And we receive some kind of a co-financing on capacity building from West African Development Bank, or BOAD. So this was the set of activities which we completed, or which we have undertaken under Strategic Action 2. Under Strategic Action 3, on strengthening the efforts to mobilize resources from the private sector and philanthropic organizations, means this goes without saying, but CTCN would follow the UNEP private sector engagement strategy and enter into any partnership agreement to receive resources from the private sector as per the rules and regulations of the UNEP, regulations. But of course, as a way to move forward and to create a kind of a pathway on what we can do, we initially mapped a list of 6 philanthropic organizations, and we conducted a kind of a need analysis. So what we did was we looked at their priority areas, and we looked at the technical assistance which are largely provided by us to the countries. This helped us to kind of identify areas where what we can pitch to them when we go and meet them. So this was the first step which we undertook, and we reached out to the 6 initial institutions. What we also understood from preliminary discussions with some of them, that largely the philanthropic institutions or philanthropic organizations have a kind of a projectized approach. And by projectized approach, what I mean is, you know, they are philanthropic institutions which are just focusing on distribution of medicines for children, or food for people who are displaced, or housing or tents for displaced people. So they have different perspectives, or access to electricity just by distributing some technologies. These are the kind of things which largely the philanthropic organizations are doing or focusing on, means not doing, largely focusing on. Anyways, the 6 institutions, and thanks to our bingo representative, Justin here, who had helped us to reach out to some of these institutions. And this is kind of an analysis, a very short summary, like the Novo Nordisk Foundation. The Novo Nordisk Foundation, they are working on, means their strategy is by 2020 on people's health, sustainability of society and the planet, boosting life science and ecosystem. We had a very wonderful meeting with them, and what we understood and what we realized in the first meeting itself, that they are working on a technology which is going to enhance the productivity in the agriculture sector of wheat. They have tried this technology in couple of countries, but it also needs to be adapted to different countries, because each country has a unique set of conditions and environment and weather, and the seeds have to be adapted according to that. So one of the roles what we foresee for the CTCN could be that we act like a matchmaker between what they are trying to do and bring it to the attention and notice of the NDEs in developing countries, help them establish a kind of a framework, help in creating the right environment, the right mechanism, so that the technology which is being developed can be adopted. This is just one role of the CTCN as a business matchmaker, and this is a role which we are foreseeing to be more strengthened in the future. So it's not going to be a kind of a direct resource to the CTCN to begin with, but definitely it would have a kind of a larger and far-reaching impact. With Grundfos Foundation, we are targeting, means they are leaders in supplying efficient pumping systems, and therefore what we saw is from our technical assistance, there are a number of technical assistants which are targeting mapping of the aquifer, water aquifers in Africa, efficiencies in water distribution systems. So we are going to have a meeting next week with Grundfos, wherein we are going to pitch this idea and see if they, under their program, if they would be able to support these kind of activities in the developing countries. We are also going to have a meeting with the IKEA Foundation. Again, this has been this is planned for next week. IKEA Foundation has already supported a Clean Air Fund, Clean Cooking, Global Alliance for People and Planet, through which they are targeting energy transition and also energy access. Means what we are likely to pitch again to IKEA Foundation is integration of renewable energies into grid through better, through more use of digital technologies, through grid codes, net metering, so forth and so on. And this meeting is also fixed in the coming weeks. Next slide. Means through our basic research, we also identified TINA and Antti Herlin Foundation. This foundation is based in Finland, and it exclusively supports green steels. So what we are pitching, and we have a meeting with them in the coming weeks, what we are going to pitch to them is our work on green hydrogen, and how the work on the green hydrogen can be combined with production of green steel. So this would be the focus of discussion which we are going to have with them. Again, we had to fill out a format which we filled out for this foundation, and they came back to us saying that our works looks interesting to them and we need further discussions to move forward. Our plan is once we start agreeing on a kind of a basic contours of what support the foundations can provide, then we'll see how we'll bring in the UNEP partnership team and partnership committee and move through the partnership committee to see if we can receive any funds. We are also in discussion with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the first meeting again is scheduled in the second week of May. And we don't have any strong focus, but we'll see how the discussion goes. As I told some of you, our ED is likely to meet representatives from the Bezos Earth Fund, and we have pitched support for the CTCN into her speech, into her interventions, so that some kind of actions can be followed up if there is a continued interest. Next slide, please. On the private sector side, I would like to bring to your attention what we have done in the last reporting period. We are actively engaging with the Global Cement and Concrete Association. We have signed exchange of letters. Again, our role is largely business matchmaking. They have the technology, they have some resources to implement, we have some resources to implement, so we are trying to join our efforts, and we are reaching out to the countries, largely focusing on developing roadmaps for decarbonization of the cement, specifically introduction of the LC3 technology, and changing of norms and regulations in the cement sector, so that the cement which is produced has a lower carbon footprint. We have worked in number of countries along with them. Uganda, Congo, Zambia, Senegal, Kenya are some of them, and this list is expanding, specifically focusing in Africa. With IBM, we started the conversation in 2023. We have reached to a stage wherein we have exchange of letters, and again this exchange of letter is targeting more of a business matchmaking efforts, wherein the IBM is going to produce tools and methodologies which would be introduced through the NDEs to the countries in the MENA region. The idea is that we are bringing two parties on the table, and the idea is that the NDEs would be able to understand, comprehend, and take up those technologies for further implementation with the support of IBM, but that would be a deal between the countries and the IBM, and the role of the CTCN is more of a facilitator and a matchmaker. We also have initial set of discussions with the Google startup from Sustainable Development, because in the CTCN we have a program which targets or what we call Youth Innovation Lab, and our experience from the previous such initiative was we provided support to the startups which are led by youth. We provided them with the training. We helped and supported them in developing business model. And then we provided just a little support by making a match on how they can expand their business or how they can sustain their incubators which they have created. But we are going to follow a more systemic approach this time, and we understand that the Google Startup for Sustainable Development has this program wherein they support these kind of youth innovators. So what we are going to do is, once we have identified and shortlisted and provided our training and build their capacities and their business model, we are going to connect them to Google for Sustainable Development program, so that there is a more long-term sustenance in the efforts. We as a part of our capacity building, we did engage with Siemens and New Ventura, etc., for capacity building program on SF6. What we are also doing is that we are developing, and I've said this thing before in my interventions in the director's report, that on the website we are trying to develop a page which would provide a platform wherein the private sector can interact with each other and forge partnership on specific issues. Next slide, please. I will not take much time, but I would like to acknowledge the strong role the advisory board has played, specifically our chair and the bingo representatives. Most of the actions which we have identified as a part of our strategy has been done, but this is an ongoing process, and it will continue. So there is like no end to it. We'll keep on interacting with the board members and see how we can support them to bring more visibility to the CTCN, and also seeking their advice and connections so that we can reach out. Increasing the visibility and outreach and strengthen the CTCN communication and CTCN impacts means we have produced the 7 leaflets on 7 transformative areas, as everyone knows, and you were party to it. We had displayed it very prominently. This publication or this report which we came out with is also an attempt in that particular directions, and we'll continue to strengthen our visibility and outreach efforts by participating in more number of relevant programs and to enhance our visibility and outreach, and hope that it gathers the right kind of a momentum to provide additional resources to the CTCN. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Rajiv, and to the whole team behind all this work that's reflected here. I just want to take a moment to say that I would say this work area has probably been my top priority as both a chair and vice chair. This is where I focus most of my attention, because we all know that we need the right resources to get the job done and to increase the impact of the CTCN. Obviously, we have to use our existing resources as effectively as possible, and we have to find a way to increase our impact through enhanced resources, which obviously can come in the form of financial contributions, but also partnerships, bringing in other types of support and technical expertise from other organizations, and working with partners to disseminate the results of our work is also an important part of this effort to strengthen our impact. And it also has to be thought of holistically, right? You can't just do resource mobilization separately from the rest of the program. So if projects are well designed from the beginning, from when the request comes in, if they're well designed to achieve results, then we have results to build upon. If projects are relatively ineffective, or if we're conducting our work in a way that's not cost effective and impactful, then we're not going to be very successful in increasing our results. Even though we have a special status in our role within the UFCCC Paris process, as we see, it's not a given that donors will come rushing to increase our funding. For almost the entire 10 years of the CTCN, funding has stayed more or less flat, averaging $9 or $10 million a year. So I felt very strongly that we can't just keep doing the same thing and expecting funding to increase after 10 years of experience. So it began really with the development of the new joint work program, where we identified one relatively easy way to improve our impact with existing resources, which was to coordinate more closely with the Technology Executive Committee and making sure that the two elements of the mechanism are really complementing each other so that both bodies can be more impactful. And I know that's been complicated for the members of both bodies, and it's maybe been challenging for the two secretaries to implement that, but I think we see that we're making progress in that direction, and I think people feel the logic behind that increased coordination. So now we have to think about, are we investing in the projects that are most likely to have an impact? And what have the results been of the first 10 years of work, investing about $100 million? And this new report that the Secretary put out on Friday is the Secretary's best effort to capture the results of those 10 years of work. And the work program also attempted to consider where have we been most impactful and how can we build on that. So the focus on digitalization and innovation didn't just come out of nowhere. It partly reflected members' views on where have we been most impactful, and in fact, where had the demand been from NDEs. But we need to strike the right balance between emphasizing the demand-driven nature of the CTCN, meaning we'll work with every NDE on whatever their specific priorities are, but how can we be impactful as a program? Every program has to have some set of objectives, some programmatic focus, and you have to be able to show what the cumulative impacts are of the program. And it's hard to do that when every project is totally different. And the parties have consistently called on the CTCN to have a more programmatic approach, as well as to explore more multi-country programming so that we can use our resources efficiently, allow the Secretariat to develop some expertise around the kinds of projects that are most impactful, and then have cumulative results that we can point to in our effort to increase funding and resource mobilization. And then another key element of this strategy that we approved is that it has 6 different strategic action areas so that we build on our strength in funding, which has been contributions from donor governments, and we need to cultivate the donors who have already shown a commitment to the CTCN. We need to work with the governments that have made some contributions but haven't done so consistently. That's our core base, and we need to cultivate that, but we also need to implement the original concept behind the decisions establishing the CTCN, which was that it's supposed to receive support from a wide range of donors, including the financial mechanism, but also multilateral donors, private sector, philanthropy, and support from UNEP. So this strategy really is trying to diversify our funding base to reduce the dependence on bilateral government contributions that we've received. And so this is all part of a package. So the next agenda item where we discuss technical assistance, we need to really think about, what are our cumulative impacts? What are our success stories? What are the kinds of projects where we've been most effective? And I'm hoping that we can continue to work through that exercise and really focus on the kinds of projects that are most impactful. And obviously that makes the strongest proposal to a donor. When you can show concrete results, and when you can show some strategic direction where you're also more likely to generate real impact. So I do see this all fitting together. And I hope that all advisory board members will be part of this effort, not just coming to the task force meetings, but working your own networks, whether you're representing a government or a network of constituency organizations, or you happen to have contacts at foundations or whatever the potential partner is. Please think about how you can help personally. Please coordinate with the Secretariat so we have a coordinated effort. The Secretariat is being strategic about who they're reaching out to, but everyone here can help play a role. And also just the communication strategy is also part of the same holistic strategy. So we need to raise the visibility of the CTCN so people hear about our work, and obviously that builds the case for more support. And that applies even for governments, right? If ministers aren't hearing about the CTCN, then it's not as likely that we'll get funding as if we can raise the visibility for the CTCN with governments, but also with private sector and other types of partners. So the communication strategy is very important. And I hope that all of us will be able to quickly identify, what are the success stories. So when someone asks you, where has the CTCN been most successful? Can you give me an example of which projects have had the most impact? We all should be speaking from the same page. We should all have the same response to that question. And we should be able to go down the line in terms of the 2 enablers and the 5 transformation areas. And we should all be able to give an example of our most successful project that's been completed to show the impact. And whether it's that project or a different kind of project, I hope we can leave this meeting this week where we all can identify an example of the kind of project that we're supporting to implement the work program through those 2 enablers and 5 transformation areas. So I hope we'll all think about that not only in this discussion, but also in the next discussion about implementing the program of work. Forgive me for speaking so much as chair. I'm trying to hold back, but I've really invested a lot of time and effort in this particular area, so I wanted to share those thoughts with all of you in addition to the Secretariat's presentation. So that said, I'll now open the floor to any comments or questions, first members and then observers. Christian and then Annie. Christian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rajiv, for the presentation. I just want to extend our thanks to you, Chair, and to Justin from Bingo for all of the work you've done on this. It's you've rightly identified it as a really key part of our role as advisory board members, and you focused on it, and I think it's starting to see results. And I just want to say also, I've been talking with other AB members and particularly Justin over the last few days, and he's made a really important point that we should be working with the communication strategy and the resource mobilisation strategy together. And I know Justin's going to have more to say about that, but I think that's an important point that we should think about, and that you also mentioned that when we talk about the CTCN, we should be talking about our successes and how to attract partners to join us and to fund us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. Appreciate that. Anna, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I also, like Christian, want to extend my deepest thanks to the Secretariat for all the stuff you've been doing to put this strategy into play, because it's a lot of work, and there's only 24 hours in a day. And I want to note something that maybe was not items 1, 2, or 3, but item 4, which is us, the AB. We're your ambassadors, we're keeners, and we all have networks. And sometimes we don't feel very powerful or influential, but in all the places where we roam, we have the ability to ourselves pick up the mic or write messaging for someone with more visibility to speak and reference the CTCN and reference the technology mechanism. And so we have a lot of influence. And I recall in Bonn noting that it would be really great and useful if our new resourcing person in the Secretariat could perhaps prepare a little, like not long, package for us with messaging for us to use, so that we're really fully aligned in our positioning, and we don't veer off, because we all have interpretations of what we're supposed to be focusing on, and of course we have the leeway to focus on what we want. But having a little bit of a package to help us position, maybe with some of those, you know, top examples. I know that every project is a baby of the CTCN, and they're all very valid, but just have some examples that really hit on the program of work, having some stats that hit on the 10 years of results, having that leveraging ratio number, and having a little 2-pager that can be quickly, I think, taken from that really great 10-year document. This will be manna from heaven for us. And then we will be able to turn other people into advocates for the fantastic CTCN, and to continue to advance the mission of the CTCN over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annie. Justin, and then Stephen. Stephen. Okay, I thought it was Stephen. Either.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Erwin. I just wanted to take stock, because it was about a year ago when we sat down and really started this process. Great credit should really go to the Secretariat, especially to Erwin and everyone that's helped, even if it's just moral support at some crazy hour of the morning. I think we have come a very long way in a very short space of time, and I think that needs to be appreciated. I'm very, very grateful and thankful for all the work that's been done so far, but it's a step on a journey. We're certainly heading the right direction. All the feedback, and I think Erwin can also attest to this, that we've had from the private sector has been overwhelmingly positive. It really is a question of where and how do we get engaged, and how do we find a way to actually make this actionable for everybody. So just, I have one question, because I believe there was review of the UNEP private sector engagement strategy, and I'm just wondering, Deshan, if you could maybe say, or add a few words to that, because we have all these jigsaw puzzle pieces in front of us that we're trying to put together, and I think that would also be a very useful contribution at this point in the conversation. And I just want to echo what's been said about seeing the resource mobilization strategy and the communication strategy as two sides of the same coin. Many of us have speaking opportunities or have colleagues who will be attending events through the course of the year. I know it's a lot of work, but I think if we can give the Secretariat a list in advance of where we will be, who will be present, I think we can create this multiplying effect and further opportunities as we move forward.
Thank you very much, Justin. Stephen, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks also from my side to the Secretariat and Task Force and you personally, everyone who's worked on this. I think that the development of this strategy and its early implementation has been a very important learning experience for us collectively. We have been proving what can and cannot be done, what the limits are, but also what the opportunities are. And we start to see some of the fruits of that work in this presentation, which is very helpful. I think particularly the very detailed report on the outreach to philanthropies is very positive. I would certainly encourage that work to continue. I reiterate the message of the Chair and others that as AB members we should also be actively looking for opportunities, looking for ways we can contribute to this RMP effort. I think, of course, the connection to communications is very important. The 7 brochures which were developed and which are very good summaries of what the CTCN is doing, but also the latest document from the Secretariat. These are resources to be deployed, to be chosen for the right discussion at the right time. We should continue to refine those resources. And I just want to end on a note of optimism but not complacency, that when we put together the 5-year program of work, the joint work program, this strategy, the AI initiative, etc., the CTCN has never been in a better position to develop these partnerships and to raise resources. But of course we have to keep working, and you can certainly count on my support for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I'll ask the Secretary or perhaps UNEP to respond. Would any other members like to speak on this topic? Then, okay. So Detchen will speak on behalf of UNEP, and I'll give one more chance to members or observers to speak on this topic, and then we'll move forward. Detchen, you have the floor.
Thank you. We've done quite a lot of work with working better leveraging the private sector. I have a colleague online, but really we've had what we did was we operationalized the strategy and guidelines, and we looked at clear principles of engagement. We did 50 internal interviews, and UNEP had a survey, and it was why UNEP is partnering with business, what does it mean, to decide how to play to UNEP's strengths, mitigate its weaknesses, using a theory of change for market transformation, and to use data, better analysis where private sector is showing up in relation to the triple planetary crises. This is nature, pollution, and climate. And basically, we looked at standardizing, and if you start to look at the World Economic Forum, the Global Risk Report about the worry on social environmental risks, the concerns with biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse. Also, the Edelman Trust Barometer Global Report showing 82% expect CEOs to take a stand on climate change, the World Benchmarking Alliance, and really looking at sort of financial flows, customer demand, and policy and regulation. We've looked at, areas in terms of, accelerating innovation, market and industry, looking at UNEP's program of work, project implementation, events, campaigns, resource mobilization. We've looked at, where we could do better, when we've looked at, whether CSR innovators, pathfinders through the value chain, looking in country, looking at high ambition coalitions, looking at industry-wide, and looking at systems change. So a lot of our work has been with the science policy business forums and with multiple stakeholders. So we have, we've looked at in climate, net zero, pollution-free, natural capital biodiversity, and I have, a very complicated diagram of where we intersect and what we can do better. We also, an internal survey within UNEP showed that our processes and capacity hinder the development of private sector partnerships. And some of it really is because we're quite risk averse. You can have, you can hear a story about a vertical fund in a country and say one of the UN agencies, and there's a scandal that really then has member states just pulling out support to us. And so when you look at our risk appetite, we're quite careful. But we've looked at, benchmarking, how we can refine, build capacity, start to standardize, look at enablers, and digital tools are a big part of it. And really, so we're talking about prioritizing sector transformation, and this is moving away from bilateral engagement. So this is a key part. We're talking about standardizing UNEP's models of private sector engagement. And we're talking about the private sector unit to better coordinate across the house and to provide targeted support and to build capacity. And Mr. Chair, I do have a colleague from the private sector unit online, if Margarita would like to come in. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Dacian. Thank you, colleagues. My name is Margarita Meldon. I'm with the private sector unit here at the headquarters. And I would like to second what Dacian was describing. So UNEP corporate private sector engagement strategy is based on, I would say, a three-pronged approach. First is transformational change into different sectors of the private sector. So we've been working closely, for example, with the plastic sector, with the petrochemical companies, and Alison Kern, who's the head of the private sector unit, is in Ottawa right now at the negotiations of the new plastics treaty. We're also trying to move away from engagement with individual companies to engaging with the whole sector. So we have this formula of 20-80, where 20% is engaging with individual companies and 80% is sectoral engagement, where we feel like a small agency like UNEP has more traction and can use its advocacy muscle better. In terms of resource mobilization, similar to what Rajiv was presenting, we're also looking to engage with foundations, philanthropies, and to some extent ultra-high net worth individuals. And this has also been done in a more of a strategic way in those areas where the philanthropic sector has the most potential for influence and is not, as Rajiv was saying, purely project-based, which is also something that UNEP, of course, engages on and accepts funding, but this is not our institutional strength. Institutionally, we're trying to engage with philanthropies and foundations to get transformational funding, to get serious funding that would help move UNEP in the right direction. And I think, in fact, this week, our executive director is in Washington, and she's meeting with Andrew Steer, who's the head of Bezos Earth Fund. So this type of engagement then translates into more of a policy dialogue across the organization to help us either raise funds or engage across platforms or open other doors, essentially. This is a brief overview, but we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you to both representatives from UNEP. That's very important to bear in mind, because many of us have been optimistic about the potential for stronger private sector partnerships, but we realize that it's a very complicated process to undertake, and we hope that we'll be able to continue to work together with UNEP to find the right way to maximize the private sector interest in the work of the CTCN. And I just want in that regard, I want to give a special shout out to Justin Peretson, the bingo representative, who's been really incredibly active on the Resource Mobilization Task Force and outside it in really practically working like a member of the Secretariat staff in supporting development of the documentation and getting us in a position where we really are well prepared to pursue both foundation support and other types of private sector support. So thank you, Justin. If you want to deny all responsibility, feel free to respond.
Not guilty, Your Honor. But I think more specifically, thank you very much for the colleagues from UNEP for the interventions, because it's very important, I think, for the Resource Mobilization Task Force to assist and help the Secretariat and the Chair and the Vice Chair to move this forward. So if there is can I call it a pivot in your strategy to work more with associations rather than individual companies, that's important for us to actually have that knowledge so that we can take it forward. I think in our world, and particularly from the private sector's perspective, I mean, we only have one reputation as companies as well. So we're all about not necessarily being risk averse, but certainly risk weighted and risk adjusted, recognizing the world is not perfect, but we need to drive this agenda forward. Chair, if you may indulge me, seeing as technically I've been working as part of the Secretariat, I'm just wondering for the next Resource Mobilization Working Group, if we could not invite perhaps colleagues from UNEP to that call so we could further this dialogue. Because I think it's really important that if we're going to move forward and support Rajiv and the team, that we have this level of granularity as we start to engage, because I think Julia's done an amazing job in a very short space of time as well. So a huge thank you to her as well.
Thank you, Justin. We did have an organizational chart. I don't want to get into pointing out individual members of the Secretariat and then leaving out others, but it does represent, I think, an increased commitment on the part of the Secretariat to pursue these resource mobilization partnership efforts by virtue of the fact that I believe that Julia has been hired as a full-time staff person to support these resource mobilization partnership efforts. So I've only heard good things, and there are a lot of very high expectations, and your results will be very quantifiable. We'll give you a little bit of time. But no, we're all really excited about having you on board and look forward to working with you. We're ahead of schedule, so there is time if any other members would like to comment. Sorry, Annie has her flag up again, or is that a follow-up? Sorry, that's why in terms of our time, any other members would like to speak on this topic? We do have time. No, if not, will any observers want to speak on this topic? Yeah. Okay. All right, that's fine. We're good on time. So Annie, you have the floor.
So real quick, Justin made a comment earlier about all of us letting the Secretariat know when we're going to have a representative somewhere and see if there can be leverage. In the exact same frame of mind, if there was a way, again, it has to be quick and not bog you guys down, but to let all of us know when you're going to be in XYZ location for meeting so that we can connect you with some folks where we can advance both in terms of raising the profile of the CTCN in the communication realm, but also obviously in terms of trying to eventually get to additional resourcing. That would be really great. But again, I don't want to make this mean that it bogs you down into having to do yet more processes, but like quick messages, quick, you know, this person's going to be at that place, la la la. Then you've got the hive that can help. Thanks.
Thank you, Annie. So seeing no other members raising their flags, Svetlana, you have the floor.
Thank you. I really want to echo what Annie and Justin were saying. Social marketing is happen to be my expertise. I can't stress enough how important it is that everyone in this room have some sort of tools to be on the same page about key messages, because that's what builds and consistently, you know, the consistent branding, the consistent messaging, and also alignment of, you know, meetings, because it's not just enough to have one human as a resource. We all, and we all prepare, we're all here because we're passionate. So we just need resources to empower us to sing this from the same song sheet. So I just can't stress that enough, and support what Annie and Justin were saying.
Thank you, Svetlana. And several observers, do play an active role in working with us in between meetings in helping support this effort, both in terms of communications, outreach, visibility, and direct outreach for potential fundraising and partnerships. We really appreciate the active participation that we have from several observers, and you're welcome to get more involved if you'd like. Okay, looks like we've concluded that agenda item. So now what I suggest in terms of our timing is that the coffee break was scheduled for 3. I'm not sure if it's all set up in the back, but what we're thinking in terms of the way to handle the schedule is if we can just push forward for the next sub-agenda item. So now we're moving into program of work implementation. And what I'd like to suggest is that we go forward with 23.1, where you have a document with key concept notes for technical assistance for transformative areas as reflected in the program of work. That's document 23.1. And then we'll take note of that. It'll break up the conversation a little bit, but I think it'll work well in terms of timing if we go through that, then take a half-hour coffee break, and then we'll come back for the second part of the discussion, or the next 2 parts on the discussion about implementing the work program, if that's agreeable to everyone. Sound good? Okay, thank you. Then we're going to plow ahead to agenda item 23.1, focusing directly on implementation of the CTCN program of work. Under 23.1, we're requested to take note of the key concept notes for technical assistance for system transformation areas as reflected in the CTCN program of work. And the CTCN will give us a presentation, Secretary will give us a presentation based on this document that you've all had, number 23.1. Rajiv, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. During the previous advisory board meeting, the advisory board members had asked the Secretariat to identify some of the key technical assistance projects which has the potential of bringing transformative action in each of the 5 system transformation areas which is approved in our program of work, and that includes energy systems, that include water, food, energy nexus, resilient infrastructure, sustainable mobility, and business and industry, along with the 2 enablers, which is developing national systems of innovation and digitalization, which definitely are cross-cutting and cut across all the 5 system transformation areas. The CTCN went back and analyzed the current trend of technical assistance requests which we are receiving from the countries, had discussion with the NDEs during the NDE forums to identify what are their needs and what direction they are looking at. And these are some of the key areas which we seek coming from the NDEs, and we have grouped them as for the 5 system transformation areas. And we have developed a kind of a standard concept note on specifically the activities, what we can undertake. These activities definitely by no means are fixed activities. It would depend on the condition of the country, on the uniqueness of the country and the request of the country. But these are likely the areas which we are going to focus on moving forward, and we have been do you have a flag? And we have been reaching out to the countries, trying to promote these this concept. Next slide, please. Let's go one by one. The first one is on the water, food, energy nexus. And this is a technology where we see NDEs seeking more and more support. This agrivoltaics technology combines the space, means the use of solar photovoltaic plus, but it is transparent. So it is transparent, so you can grow crops within it. So countries has been asking us to develop some kind of a guide for them or guideline for them on what kind of crops can be grown, what is the cost economics of it, maybe do a small pilot or a demonstration to demonstrate that it works, what would be the total impact, And this kind of request for technical assistance is coming up from a large number of countries, specifically those in Africa. Next slide, please. Again, the idea here is to conduct a feasibility assessment and establish techno-economic and market viability of this specific technologies. So we are definitely going to undertake feasibility assessment. Means feasibility assessment is more from the point of view of what crops can be really grown, because there would be some systemic level or system level changes which needs to be incorporated. This would include how the crops are irrigated, because we don't want a large evapotranspiration, because it can go and block the sunlight coming up. So all these kind of things. So that kind of feasibility assessment has to be established. The nature of the crops needs to be established. Then we have to develop roadmaps. We can develop roadmaps on how to move about, what would be the financing mechanism, how can the government come in, what would be the market-based mechanisms to support implementation of the solar, agrivoltaics, so that the farmers can get loan, subsidy, or any other financial instrument to really develop it. We are trying to adopt a kind of a multi-country approach, because this is still a very new technology. Also knowing that agrivoltaic cells have a lesser efficiency than the solar photovoltaic, because agrivoltaic has something like less than 50% efficiency of the solar photovoltaic. But the importance here is that it provides, means it can use large fields and it can be deployed in the current agriculture fields. So again, it's kind of an exploratory in nature, but so we are trying to do a kind of a multi-country request. We have already received requests from 4 countries, but as we move forward, we see more and more countries are getting want to get more information about this specific technology and look towards how they can be supported on this. Next slide, please. Next. Next slide, please. Well, national systems, under national systems of innovation, there are various aspects of national systems of innovation, and we have to clarify to the countries what a national system of innovation exactly means. We are using some of the resources which were earlier developed by the tech, but we are also trying to clarify what a national system means how to create institutions, and more importantly, the institutions which are there, how to network so that the knowledge is being shared. And the knowledge is put into use. Countries have different kind of approach to national systems of innovation. We are currently, next slide please, we are currently undertaking one technical assistance on developing a national system of innovation, and that is in Zambia. And we do believe that the results of this technical assistance would be a great learning, and it could be applied to the other national systems of innovations if the countries come and ask us to develop their national systems of innovation. And what we basically are targeting is evaluation of the national innovation environment in the country, development of framework and roadmap for establishing a national innovation system, institutional innovation support schemes which can be developed, and schemes to enhance the innovation capacity in countries. As I told you, we are working in Zambia. We are active in, the NDE of Mozambique is in active engagement with us. They want to seek our support on this topic. And we are also having, coming out from their TNAs, the DRC is looking at developing an innovation system nationally for SME sector, and therefore we are also in discussions with them. Next slide, please. Next slide. We have got we know that as CTCN has supported a number of countries to undertake the technology need assessments. This has always been through the GCF readiness programs. We have received more and more requests to do technology need assessment, but our technology need assessment is more focused on 2 or 3 priority sectors, and we try to dive deep into those sectors. This is not exactly a national system of innovation, but we didn't even know where to club it under our program of work. And because I think TNAs is more cross-cutting, but also the important point here is when we are doing a TNA, what we are also trying to do is kind of establish a committee which we believe should exist and take all the important technology decisions, and that should be under the NDEs. Next slide, please. So we have received from the countries a number of requests. Again, next slide. We have received requests from these many countries to undertake technology need assessments, and basically it is a revision of their technology need assessments. It is what the countries also want is that the undertaking of technology need assessment should be in a manner wherein we can address the, means it should be linked to their NDCs. Undertaking a technology need assessment depending on the sectors, depending on the number of sectors to be addressed in each country could be a kind of a costly proposition. Our average value of the TNA, which we did from the GCF, was more than $300,000. So one approach which we are trying to think through is to have a kind of a combined, we combine these all requests and work with the GCF to develop a kind of a universal or a global program which can combine these number of countries. And we are targeting these countries not by ourselves, but because they have expressed their willingness to undertake technology need assessments, and so we probably think that their NDAs would endorse this request. But then again, every country has to submit their consent letter if it is going to be a multi-country program. So in the future, what we are planning is to work more closely with the GCF to see how we can approach to develop a large-scale program. And this is just a tentative list, but there are other countries with whom we are in discussion or they have reached out. Because this list does not include Zambia, with whom we are in active discussions. Some of the other accredited entities to the GCF, like UNDP and other direct access entities, have also expressed their interest. So we have to see how we can combine all this. But this is one area which is for which there is a great need and a great demand, which is coming from the countries. Next slide, please. On energy system, next slide, please. On energy systems, we have developed a kind of a concept note which tries with the focus on integrating the various decentralized renewable energy sources to the main grid. And this can be done. This cannot be done until and unless you have very robust grid codes, which allows for which allows for merging of the renewable energy, electricity produced through renewable energy sources to the main grid. And also, in order to expand this, a kind of a net metering policy which provides an incentive to an individual user to start using or to start deploying solar PV or household solar PV. And many countries have faced challenges in adopting solar PV technology. These challenges are because of lack of regulatory framework, the availability of bidirectional metering technology, because you require a different set of meters, metering and billing arrangement, the SCADA system, how this is going to work, how the data would be transmitted, and definitely lack of cooperation from the utilities or the energy distribution companies. Next slide, please. So we have again, we are working in 2 countries, and we are getting more requests, specifically from the island states. This is very important. So what we plan to do, or under this, if a technical assistance, under this technical assistance, we do assess the current infrastructure and the regulatory requirements, which are regulatory environment which is there. What is the potential and what is the carrying capacity of the existing transmission and distribution system? How much can be integrated? How much renewable energy can be integrated into it before it by itself require an upgradation? Develop the net metering policy and grid codes, and prepare a pilot projects for large-scale implementation. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have received requests from, we are working in Comoros and Timor-Leste on this, but we have also received requests from Senegal, Botswana, and Algeria to support them on this specific topic. Next slide, please. The second concept note under energy systems is on green hydrogen. We have received a large number of requests from various countries who are trying to establish their vision and their plans for green hydrogen. So green hydrogen has been one of the most talked about topics, and we also undertook 3 capacity building programs because of this. And from the capacity building program, we got this kind of an expression of interest from countries on green hydrogen. And these are more exploratory in nature, means the countries want to develop their future vision, future policies, and they want to understand what area, what direction they should be moving at. Next slide, please. So our objectives here is just to establish appropriate framework conditions and guide the countries what would be the most appropriate area for them to move in this particular direction. So definitely we have to conduct a national baseline assessment, on where the hydrogen can be used. Identify the most suitable business cases, and when we say where the hydrogen can be used, some of the countries have come to us saying, oh, they want to produce green hydrogen so that they can start exporting it, just like fuel, just like a fossil fuel. Means, that's one approach, whereas the second approach is, oh, we want to use green hydrogen in our agriculture sector, or we want to produce green hydrogen and combine it with carbon capture and storage to develop methane, which can be used in place of natural gas for transport sector. So there are various combinations which the countries are asking us to explore, and this is what we are trying to do. If a request comes to us, we'll try to identify the most suitable business case for that particular country, depending on that context, and develop strategies and roadmaps for approval by the government and its implementation. Next slide, please. And this is the list of the countries which have expressed their preliminary interest in green hydrogen. And these were all done during one-to-one meetings which we had with them during the capacity building program. So they have expressed the interest. We have not received written requests from them, but the interest is there from the countries, from their NDEs. Next slide, please. The third concept, again, with the support from the government of Germany and the EU, we had done a capacity building program on F-gases, specifically on SF6, and targeting decarbonization of the transmission and the distribution sector. So we also have received some requests. We have already started working on one of the technical assistance requests in this particular area in Kenya. We are inventorizing the total amount of SF6 which is there, the amount of replacement which is done every year, please note that the SF6 as a gas has 10,000 times more global warming potential than methane. So it is 10,000 times, although you can argue it is used in lesser quantities. But the more we are investing in renewable energy, we are means the more we are increasing the capacity of grid, it means more switch gears we are using, and the more switch gears we are using, the more application of SF6 is happening. So it's directly proportional to the amount of the switch gear which we are using, because SF6 is largely used in the switch gears. And the EU has, I think, come up with a regulation to phase out SF6 in the medium voltage by 2030 or 2030 or 2050. Yeah. So this is one area which we are targeting. We are already working in Kenya. Next slide, please. And these are some of the activities which we have identified: developing an inventory, developing a monitoring system, what is the appropriate technologies, what are the vendors for appropriate technologies, what could be the phase out roadmap, what kind of policies needs to be introduced by the distribution companies, and trying to demonstrate through some small pilots. Next slide, please. And we also have a large request from a number of countries on this particular technical assistance. Next slide. Business and industry, and I have been talking about this particular topic, specifically on developing roadmaps and decarbonization of the cement sector. Next slide, please. Next slide. The main objective is to decarbonize the cement sector, and if you look at the decarbonization roadmap of the cement sector, there are 5 main levers which are being promoted or which are being used by IEA and the Global Cement and Concrete Association. One is energy efficiency. Second one is waste heat recovery. The third one is LC3 technology. And in LC3 technology, it has the potential of reducing CO2 emissions from the cement sector between 25 to 40%. And it is replacing, it is kind of replacing the clinker, the cement clinker, which is formed in the clinkering process by calcified clay. This technology has already proven, is well proven. It has been adopted in a number of countries. The only twist is that you have to change a bit of regulation, or the regulations have to be modified in the countries. The cement regulations have to be modified. And there is a great potential for this particular, specifically for this particular lever or this particular technology. Definitely, we are also working on fuel substitution in the kilns, in the cement sector, and the lever. There is a lever on carbon capture and utilization, which we still we have not worked on it, and we are also not focusing on it. We have received next slide. We have received a number of requests from the countries, largely in Africa, and this, some of this which is under implementation here. As I told you earlier, we have partners with Global Cement and Concrete Association, so some of the activities are being implemented by them through their own funding, but we are providing our collaboration and support. Next slide, please. And this is the last concept note which we had presented, and this is development of aquaponic or hydroponic, specifically in countries where there are harsh environment. Countries have started requesting CTCN to develop a kind of a model which they can adopt, and this includes, as you know, growing vegetables, etc., in a media, in a very close, in an enclosed environment, with the help, either it could be just media or it could be through water. So there are many configurations of aquaponics and hydroponics, and some of the countries are requesting us to focus on that as a part of food security and as also part of building resilience structures or resilience to more food resilience, I would put like that. So next slide, please. Yeah, so these are some of the activities which we have identified. What are the different configurations which can be worked in? And it requires not a very large area or a large space. It can be done within 0.5 acres, 1 acres, 2 acres, and you can get a good profit and a good source of livelihood. But we have to create a kind of a hydraulic profile, and there would be some kind of pumping systems which is going to be required. So we have to work on the capex and the capital cost and the operating cost, and also develop, we have been asked to develop a detailed concept notes for submission to the financing mechanism. Next slide, please. And most of the requests on this particular topic are coming from the Latin American countries. So we have a request from Peru, Nicaragua, Grenada, and some of the other island states where they want a focus on this specific technology, and from one country in Africa, that is from Chad. So these are some of the concept notes which we feel that the countries would be requesting technical assistance on from the CTCN in the future. It has large resource implications. I didn't dwell on the topic of resource implication, but just if you look at the number of interest or the number of countries which has expressed interest and which was presented in the slides, if we want to cater to all of the demand, this itself is more than $20 million demand from the countries. And we are looking at taking up appropriate steps to identify partners, to identify different institutions, to combine these requests into multi-country and do a kind of more rather a combined approach in order to address to their needs, and also looking at the prioritization criteria and how we can bring some requests on the on an advanced stage and start implementing it. I'll stop it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rajiv. So we can take a few comments or questions on this presentation, but it's related, right? It's a sub-agenda item that's all part of program of work implementation. And so we can discuss these concept notes that we just heard from a little bit. I think we'll still have time for a full half-hour coffee break. Remembering that one of the presentations scheduled for later this afternoon took place this morning, and then we'll come back for 23.2, looking back, sharing experience on TA implementation. 23.3, a discussion of programs that are in the pipeline. And I think, and then also Youth Climate Lab innovation projects. So I think we're still in good shape for this afternoon. So with that said, I see flags from Christopher, Annie, and Dietram. Christopher, you have the floor. Or did I get the order wrong? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. And many thanks to the Secretariat for developing these concept notes. Really believe that this is very valuable material for outreach to potential donors and partners. And that this exercise really makes the life a lot easier for NDEs, that through these concept notes, the Secretariat has done a big part of the work that goes into the informing a request for TA, and that this exercise will be particularly relevant to NDEs in LDCs and SIDS that have lower capacity. A couple of more like substantial or not very substantial comments, for example, on the concept note on agrivoltaics. Will, for example, activity 2, this analysis as part of the roadmap, will that include an assessment of potential barriers and how to overcome them, for example, in terms of concerns on stability of the grid or energy storage? And you also mentioned in the concept note the quite high upfront investment costs to develop these systems, and so how can we overcome those, I think would be very useful. Secondly, on the concept note on the TNAs as part of activity 1, will you do an assessment of good TNAs that have been developed by parties in the past? For example, that they have been linked to effective TAPs or NDCs, and to see what are the lessons learned from those good TNAs that other countries could learn from. And in terms of really making these TNAs actionable, I think it would also be very interesting to see, could GCF and Jeff, for example, be involved in this exercise and give input to see how can we make the TNAs as useful as possible also for the financial institutions. And for my final comment on the green hydrogen concept note, Rajiv mentioned that there were several countries that have made requests on green hydrogen. And I think, this is really one potential activity that could explore possibilities of having joint technical assistance between countries. And for example, that they would together procure and build one installation for producing green hydrogen, instead of every single country building their own small installation. And to give one example of that, for example, from the ASEAN region, that during COVID-19, they were looking at, rather than every single one of them buying a supercomputer to do analysis for COVID-19, they were together as a region looking at how they could get access to supercomputers as a region, and that way they could get access to much stronger supercomputers than if they had done it on their own. So I think that could be an idea to see, could you do something similar on that, for example, in Latin America and the Caribbean, and have that kind of multi-country collaboration, and that would be a good example of multi-country technical assistance, which we want to support under our program of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Annie, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's always inspirational when we get into the actual projects and activities, which is the whole point of what's being done here in the CTCN. I just wanted to ask a question in terms of working on this technical assistance with other organizations. I realize it's a ton of work to connect with folks who are outside of the UN. I get it. But on agrivoltaics and net metering, for example, IRENA is extremely active in a lot of developing countries, doing things that are eerily similar to the CTCN, and just trying to see if there's a way to leverage or work together. I was just doing because I know that there's a lot of activity, but on agrivoltaic, Mali, Gambia, IRENA is doing a multi-year agrivoltaic program to test the techno-economic viability, and I know there's so much also in net metering. So I wonder if there's value to entertain working together. Thanks.
Thank you, Annie. Dietram, you have the floor.
Yeah, many thanks. And I also think basically it's super good to have this concept note and to see also this great interest from the countries, especially because I think transformational change is really the core of what we do in technology mechanism. So I think this is extremely good, and also to see then if we do that across different countries, to see the learning from that. From the Technology Executive Committee especially, we are also quite active on I think, in various fields where there's overlap, in particularly also on industries. So we're doing the policy paper we just agreed in the last tech meeting. So I think it would be very good to have close collaboration on the industrial areas, which are mentioned here, for example, also on cement. And for this, also to look into various aspects. So, for example, on driving down the emissions from cement, the experience from, I think, also from Europe is that carbon pricing is extremely important to take off, especially like process emissions, which are resulting from the cement production. And in this respect, I think it was mentioned that CCU is part of it. I think it's not only CCO, it's also CCS, and also other ways to bring CO2 emissions down from these process emissions, including clinker factor reductions and also electric kilns. I think is really a critical element for transformational change. Otherwise, also we're very happy to see from ND Germany that the SF6 work is brought forward. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Deidre. Valeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rajiv, for your presentation and the Secretariat for developing these concept notes. I think this is a good tool to support the NDE's work. So, I just want to acknowledge that the CTCN's Genders Work Plan has an objective to promote gender equality and empowerment through technical assistance, design, implementation, and evaluation with an indicator of technical assistance. Requests include gender and other co-benefits of prescriptions. So I would like to ask the CTCN to include gender considerations in the concept note. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. Christian will be our last speaker on this item, and then I'll ask the Secretariat if they would like to respond to. Okay, Peter will be the last speaker on this item, and then I'll ask the Secretariat if they would like to respond, and then we'll be able to still have a half-hour coffee break. Christian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rajiv, for the thorough running through the concept notes. I just want to build a little bit on some of the comments that Dietram was making about the cement and the LC3. You mentioned in your presentation that one of the main barriers was policy and regulation, and it wasn't clear to me if the concept note really went into that, or if that was more something that would be covered by the tech's work. And I was just a little bit curious if this LC3 calcined clay cement is a drop-in solution for existing cement production, or do you need a source of LC3? Can you fabricate it on site? Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Seeing no other members with flags up, Peter, you have the floor. Again, then we'll go to the Secretariat for a brief response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just very interesting topics that you're taking up in these concept notes, and it would be great if you also would have a look at the Green Technology book, where we actually describe some of these technologies. Cement, LC3 is in there. They were actually also part of our launch at the COP. Agrivoltaics, aquaponics is also things we do. But especially, of course, the one on innovation ecosystems. WIPO is doing quite a lot of work on that, and there's an annual report called the Global Innovation Index, which treats that, and which I think could be an important source of information for that. It's not just a matter of analyzing where does the most patents come from, but actually base it on a very thorough analysis of 82 parameters in various countries that all make up an efficient innovation ecosystem, and that's all the way from primary education up to well-functioning markets and credit systems and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Rajiv, would you like to respond to any of the comments or questions?
I would very briefly respond to a couple of them. Thanks, Christopher, for this idea of joint production facility. This is an idea worth exploring, and we'll see if the like-minded, means some of the countries in the regions would have this idea accepted. But definitely what we are trying to do is, through our technical assistance, looking at the sheer numbers, we can't do all, so maybe even combine a kind of a technical assistance and take it from there. we are banking on the tech's work, because they are doing some work on the TNA, specifically on the energy system, and so the good TNAs, examples of good TNAs are going to come out of it. And right from the very beginning, we are not raising expectations of the countries on the TNAs. We are saying we can do technology need assessments if your NDA is ready to accept and provide support and through the GCF readiness portfolio. So we are not going to invest our own money on the technology need assessment, but so it means that right from the very beginning we are going to engage the NDAs and from the very beginning. As a principle, what we have started doing is any technology need assessment which we undertake for that specific sector, we definitely come out with a concept note. Now, this concept note is not a full and a final concept note, but it is more fundable. We feel it has the potential of being more fundable. So at least a step in that particular directions, and my previous presentations have illustrated the number of concept notes which were produced or which are being taken up by other accredited entities. I welcome the comment from Annie on IRENA and other efforts. We'll again try to have an active engagement with them, but we also ask the countries that, IRENA is doing this thing, why are you coming to us? So again, the reply is kind of, we are not part of that proposal. We are not that part of the project, but definitely what the point which you are making, the lessons learned can be easily extracted, and so that we are not replicating the same things again and again. So we keep a kind of a broad vision on that, eye on that, on what are the different programs which are running, and it is on that basis when we are developing the response plan, we are very careful not to replicate and not to duplicate things which have already been done in the country or the region. Your final question, Christian, on dropping down. Yes, it is a drop down. It's a drop down system. So what really happens is that you have a cement kiln. You bring one more roasting plant which roasts clay, and at the point when you are combining or grinding the cement or grinding the clinker, you use that clay in place of admixtures. The strength of the cement does not go down. Everything remains the same. The only regulation, the only barrier is regulation, wherein countries have said that in the cement there should be at least 90% clinker content. And that barrier needs to be removed, and that barrier, in place of 90%, it should be 60% or 70%, and that can be replaced by the calcined clay. And this is a practice which has been followed in Europe, means Europe has its own sets of regulations on this. A number of countries in Africa have started moving and adopting it because it is a drop-down technology. It increases the throughput of the cement industry by something like 1.5 times. And it's and it has it has a large scope and potential of being scaled up, replicated, and adopted. And on the positive, on the climate side, 40% reduction in the GHG emission per ton of the cement produced. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think this was a very productive discussion. We'll continue the discussion on implementation of the work program after our coffee break, so please come back ready to continue at 3:55. Thank you.
Okay. And then, so for, I mean, I think it's pretty, so for the, which pieces on, so the e-waste and the policy toolkit. The only thing, I don't know, you'll have to follow up because that's the data center part. I'm not working on that at all, so you have to follow up with him on that. Because I'm just working on the telecom part, right? So I'm on the, oh, sorry, I'm speaking to, sorry. No, I was just gonna say, no, please do follow up because I'm kind of assuming you're doing the data center work with him and I'm doing the telecom work, and so I'm not following what he's doing there at all. I did write to him on Teams that, I mean, we were, that we should strategize on this, right? So, yeah, I think it would be good to speak with him about it. For the for the pieces, on, so I mean, I think I like your idea of putting it in ID4D, but my only worry is that, like, I mean, I think Casey can decide what happens for us, but he can't necessarily, so I'm just worried if we don't get it, how we manage, right? So
Colleagues, I think let's start. And as you are seated, I think the draft prioritization criteria has been sent to you with the inputs that came from the discussion here. And we shall discuss it also after completing the other agenda items. We shall see if we can have an agreement on that prioritization criteria. That will be very great for us, and it will be an achievement. But please give it your attention, and when we come to discuss, me and the chair, we have looked at it, and we made also inputs to ensure that your concerns are included. So we hope we have done a fair work, and we shall wait for your comments on that. So we are resuming with the the program of work, implementation, and I think we have been talking about the mandates, what and so on, but now we would like to hear from our NDEs, and then implementing partners about their experience on technical assistance implementation. One of the main mandates of the CTCN is to provide technical assistance in response to requests from developing countries through their national designated entities. We'll now hear from NDEs and implementing partners on the implementation of 4 technical assistance. Both NDEs and the implementing partners have been invited to present technical assistances. I want to thank the NDEs, welcome them, and I would like to introduce to you Mr. Joseph Bafue from Ghana. He is the NDE of Ghana. He is joining us today and will present technical assistance within the water, food, and the energy nexus. That is promoting smallholder farmers' adaptation to climate change through the design of a sustainable business model for high-income households and the formulation of a policy framework for the use of solar-powered irrigation system in Ghana. Mr. Bafue, you are welcome, and we are ready to listen to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. As has been introduced, I'll take you through the smallholder farmer solar irrigation project for Ghana. This is a project that we did get support from the Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator program or window, and we saw it as a very necessary part because of the challenges that farmers, smallholder farmers in Ghana face when it comes to resources and technology for farming. Next. This is just a short content. I have a background, objectives and outputs, implementation activities, and next steps, and then I can also provide some lessons and challenges. Next. This is a short background of the technical assistance. The project title is, I'm not going to repeat it. Basically, we submitted the TA in 2021, and we had consultants, care, and to implement the project, and also it's lasting up to the 2022 to 2024. Actually, by September, October, we should be done with the project, and the total cost is about 250. I mean, the TA advances the following sustainable development goals: hunger, zero hunger, good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, industry innovation and infrastructure, and climate action. So we have looked at it holistically to ensure that it advances the sustainable development goals. Next. So agriculture, livelihood in Ghana. Most of the economy in Ghana is usually dependent on agriculture, and most of these people are farmers, are smallholder farmers. The sector employs a lot of farmers, and most of these farmers have less than 2 hectares of farms, and they depend heavily on rain-fed agriculture. So, and we have two seasons, in the dry and the wet season. So usually during the wet seasons, that is when they farm, and after that, there's nothing else to farm. So it becomes very important to look at how they can farm all year round instead of just farm during the rainy season. But unfortunately, climate impacts, temperature increases, eventually reduces the length of the wet season. So you have more dry season, longer dry seasons because of the heat, and this also results in increased drought. Few smallholder farmers can afford irrigation systems due to high capital expenditure and fuel cost, and so they can't compete in terms of commercial agriculture and modern technologies. For the efficient of the scarce water resources that we just talked about. So it's actually a challenge, and it's something that if better put in proper perspective with the technology, it can help the farmer increase his or her output. Next. So what are the SPIS opportunities? The introduction of solar-powered irrigation system is an adaptation intervention that addresses water security issues and caused by climate change and secure benefits of productivity and profitability. So you can see here the importance of SPIS opportunities. You have reliable and affordable energy, especially in remote areas where you usually have most of these farmers in the country. Flexible and climate-friendly with reduced CO2 emissions, because as long as you're using solar, your dependence on the grid is reduced, and then you reduce CO2 emissions. Low maintenance and relatively long lifespan in terms of managing the equipment. And it's actually shown that reducing the capital expenditure cost for SPIS equipment make it more viable adaptation option for smallholder farmers, because for them, the capital cost is what they will need to be able to cross that barrier to ensure that they're able to produce the way they want to produce, as long as they want to produce within the year. Next. So what are the constraints with SPIS? There are several barriers, and basically for a farmer, a smallholder farmer in Ghana, high capital cost is something that they can run away from, and few are able to access finance. And even if they do, the interests are just quite high, and it creates a lot of problem. Lack of information and training. They have an idea, but they don't have the full perception of how beneficial the technology is for them. So, and they don't have the information. So at the end of the day, they are not able to make informed decisions to move on so far as the farm practice is concerned. Absence of an integrated equipment supply chain. Are the equipment available? Is it something that they can really go out and look out for? And are they in a certified state that they can rely on? Insufficient enabling policies and institutional framework. Do we have the policies that would kind of support the smallholder farmer in this intervention? These are barrier constraints that we look at to ensure that once they are addressed, then the farmer is equipped with what he or she needs to be able to carry out his or her activity without any or with less negative impact. Next. So for the project, objectives and outputs. The consultants' care and intensive are implementing the project, and basically they are looking at 4 main outcomes. The first outcome is to look at what solar-powered irrigation technologies are available vis-a-vis the cost benefits, because you can have a number of technologies, but then some will cost less but will be very effective, some will cost higher but be less effective. So which one will be more suitable and adaptable in terms of ensuring that the farmer can also make savings and still be able to produce the crops that he or she wants to produce. The output 2 is looking basically at business models. What business model makes sense for me as a farmer? So if I want to produce, I have land, I have finance, how do I even get it? What crops am I supposed to produce? We'll look at all this and make sure that there's something that a farmer can effectively use so that all the constraints in terms of cost and other, the technology and other things will not be a burden on the farmer. So that is something that is also looked at. Output 3 is looking at the national framework that should support the government to that should enable the government to drive the activities so far as the smallholder farmer is concerned. And output 4 is looking at, after all that, then you need to be able to raise the awareness. The farmer should be able to know and be informed as to what the benefits and the problems are, so that they can avoid the problems and be able to focus on the benefits to support him or her. Next. So for outcome 1, these are activities that we have already carried out. And for the benchmarking for suitable SPIS technologies, we have actually carried out a stakeholder mapping and formation of stakeholder working groups, which is helping drive the whole process. We had an inception meeting that discussed thoroughly how the whole project situates well so far as the Ghanaian context is concerned. Desktop studies were done for agriculture integration practices, and we have had some stakeholder workshops to introduce SPIS to future users, officers, and investors. These are all activities that have been done, and there has been development of guides to appropriate SPIS technology for Ghana, and some cost-benefit analysis also has been carried out. So eventually, there has been some progress so far as outcome 1 is concerned, and these are materials that are available in terms of what the farmer can use to enrich him or herself. For outcome 2, that is looking at the business model. So what happened is that there was a model that was developed to look at various scenarios in terms of supporting the farmer when it comes to finances. And 3 outcomes were developed. One was a community model, operator model, and a shared model. The idea is that which model can the farmer best use to suit his or her activity. For the community model, this is a community owned, so the equipment is owned by the community and managed by the community. So in this case, all third-party costs are avoided, so everything decided by the community. Farmers can now decide for themselves what they want to do regarding the operation of the equipment. And it's usually suitable for smaller systems, up to 1 hectare. Beyond one hectare, the cost goes up and it doesn't become more viable. The operator model is usually operated by it comes in by the third party equity investment management, so eventually the third party is bringing in whatever it needs to invest on it in the technology, and then sell the water to the farmers. So in this case, there's higher tariffs because then now he is deciding how much he can get also out from supporting the farmer. And also there's professional operation and maintenance so far as the technology is concerned. This model we are looking at is viable for larger systems, more than 1 hectare, based on the analysis that is done by the model. The shared model is actually looking at multiple parties bringing in equity to reduce or completely eliminate the need for debt finances. So farmers come together, everybody has a contribution, and based on that, the system is set up. Now they decide on a more affordable tariff for themselves, which becomes more profitable in the end. There's professional operation and maintenance, and it's viable for small and medium systems up to 5 hectare in terms of. So based on all these 3 scenarios, then farmers can also decide and say, okay, I can go for the community model based on the fact that maybe if I'm looking at cost elements that should not affect my output, then that becomes, or we can say, okay, let's put our resources together and make sure that at the end of the day, we are deciding how we can help ourselves in terms of operating the equipment. Next. So outcome 3 is basically seen here as next steps. These are activities yet to be done. It looks like we have a lot more to be done, and we are getting close to the end of the project, but some of these activities have already been done. We just need to make sure that we finalize everything. And we're looking at national framework. So in April, April is just ending, but I'm sure we can still figure out something. We have a high-level government meeting. That meeting is to discuss how the policy should look like, and eventually we can begin to have some information to develop the policy. We need to also have to consult private sector and suppliers and distributors of the equipment, and also draft the policy framework, which we are looking at that by May this will be done. And once the draft policy is done, it will be circulated for review, for comments, and then by June, July, that's by June, July, and then we can incorporate the comments and have a kind of finalized policy or framework by August 2024. So this is what is yet to be done, and hopefully in August we should have a finalized policy framework. Next. So the outcome 4, which is also part of the next steps, is looking at the capacity awareness raising to benefit the smallholder farmer. We are looking at training modules to address gaps for smallholder farmers and investors. Because like I said earlier, we need to give them the information and the right information to be able to help them in whatever they are doing. Validate the modules at the meeting, because once you develop it, it has to be accepted, and we have to have a workshop to validate that, and then we can also have the intention of creating a website at the EPA website, hopefully by July, that everybody, including the farmers, can access this information and also disseminate the training models through workshop, because once you develop it, then the recipient, that is the farmer, should be able to know what is in there and how it can he or she can benefit from this training. Next. Lessons and challenges. There are quite a lot of lessons and challenges, even though we are not done with the project, but we still have quite a lot. But based on the model, I think there are a lot of things that we realize. For example, a reduction of about 50% in capital expenditure per hectare of farm can be achieved when it's 5 hectare onwards. So this is something that was proven so far as the model was concerned. I realized that drip irrigation requires regular replacement, and that is something that also adds up to the cost, because after a period of time you need to be able to change, for example, pipes and other things regarding the operation. Crop selection is dependent on ranging, soil type, water availability, and market price. For most of the crops, you realize that you can't plant any crop anywhere. So at the end of the day, you need to know where to plant and how much water is available in terms of the system. I think the next one I already mentioned it. Small size up to 1 hectare farms are better off with community operated systems. I think I mentioned that earlier in my last slide. Interest payments are a major hurdle to viable SPIS in all sizes. Sometimes it's like, for the farmer in Ghana, most often they have to take loans to undertake their ventures. And most of the time, these loans are taken from the banks. So it's as if the banks find a way to capitalize and give high interest. So payback almost always becomes a problem for the farmer. While irrigation cost increases linearly with farm size, PV pump and storage do not increase potentially. That is something that has also been observed. And we are saying the higher operation expenditure are compensated by better resource efficiency. That's for water and land and higher productivity. Operation expenditures are usually manageable to some extent, but capital expenditures are quite the opposite. So farmers can also be supported in transitioning from one cycle, that is having one crop within a year because of the rains, to about 3 annually. That is also something that is known, because now you have water regularly available for your crops. And directly managing smaller farmers allows managing of third operator, where the third operator usually comes in, and usually the cost of tariff is high. Innovative ownership models could be considered to reduce the need for debt refinances, or it can be eliminated. That is something that we also observed. Next. More lessons and challenges. We realize that no single technology scheme, configuration, or business model suits all situations. Situations differ, so the technology in terms of scheme configuration will also differ. There's also limited and unreliable financial data for costing and analysis. It's always been a challenge when it comes to data, and if you have to produce a model, you need data to feed it. You give it wrong data, you have wrong output. So usually that is a challenge. Upscaling SPIS adoption will always require some level of subsidy justifiable by environmental benefits to the nation. And we see also here that for smallholder farmers, they can manage operation costs, but will struggle with capital costs. I think I mentioned that. Maybe I may not go through everything here, but one key thing that I think I mentioned earlier, let me mention that the commercial banks need to consider lower interest rate, revolving funds and loans specific for farmers. And this is something that even when we had our last meeting on the business models, the farmers complained a lot, and they realized that it's something that is really a problem for them. So basically, the SPIS project, so far as Ghana is concerned, eventually is going to help the smallholder farmer to be able to make some good decision in terms of the farming practice that he wants to or she wants to go into, and be able to also have a way to not avoid but be able to minimize the impact of cost when it comes to the capital expenditure. So ultimately, once they are trained and they know what what is available for them to pursue, and also with the support of the policy framework, which government eventually is going to provide some direction as to how whatever is being done will be benefited from by the farmer, then obviously the farmer will be in a better position to make some informed decisions in terms of the farming practice. And this is what eventually we intend to achieve. So next, thank you. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
And the other presenters to kindly wait until everyone has finished. So we are going to the next presenter, Mr. Abdul Hamid, the National Designated Entity from Bangladesh, who's here and has been with us, I think, right from the beginning. And thank you very much for that devotion. I think we give him the opportunity to tell us his story. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, actually, I am going to present one of the 4 CTCN-sponsored issues, and where we get technical. This is one of the 4. That is development of a framework. It's a framework to be developed for real-time transport monitoring system for public transportation in Greater Dhaka areas. For a better understanding, let me clarify this thing. Maybe this is about bringing discipline in transport, especially in the movement of bus in Dhaka city. Dhaka is the capital of Bangladesh. So it's a big capital country in terms of population. 21 million people actually living in this small capital. And there are about 7,000 buses plying every day through this road network. And the congestion and the traffic jam is a very usual phenomenon because of a lot of pressure from the passengers in terms of public transport like bus. And also there are some incidents of other vehicles. And an estimate says that actually the roads are containing the number of vehicles which are 6 times higher than the roads normally used to contain. So that's the traffic jam is a very common issue. In order to bring some discipline in the public transport system, especially in the bus system, so this framework actually is being practiced under this TA. Next. So, okay, yeah, the previous one, please. Yeah, thank you. So this scenario, I am telling you that that the buses are there, the people are there, but the uncertainties are there as well, because the buses are plying and they cannot maintain the time and also cannot provide adequate service to the passengers because of the traffic jam, because of the pressure of the population on these buses. So, and also actually it's a kind of discomfort for the passengers, and that's why in a situation like this, the passengers, the travelers who are traveling every day in that city, they are taking another options like buying motorcycles or using private vehicles. This also even worsens the situation, because the more vehicles are coming, the more congestion is going to happen. And this is all happening because of the failure of this bus transport system in terms of comfort it is going to give to the users. So from that perspective, this real-time transport system is going to is being designed, and we are grateful to Korean National University of Technology, KNUT, who provided us technical support in actually drafting this one. So the next one, please. So actually, this TA, as I said, that it will develop a bus information and management system. It is an internet-based system that will be using to regulate and monitor the buses, so that the buses are coming in a right time for the right passengers, and the passengers will be will also be acknowledged with the actually the timings and the comfort and the ease of movement. Everything is designed to be supported by this bus information management system technology. It's an amalgamation of two issues: the bus management system and bus information technology. Yes, next please. So this is a schematic diagram of the issue, because where the buses will be as such the software will be there, which where the passengers will be able to actually utilize their system, so that they will know that when the bus will be coming, so they will have the opportunity to avail the bus in time, and they also will be ensured that the bus will reach to the next destination on time. So that is the system, and there will be a regulator who will be monitoring this issue, and this is also a system where both the bus drivers, the operators, the owners, even the passengers will all be under the same network. Next, please. So given this system, actually, because this is a kind of pilot system we are going to introduce, and for this type of system, it is not easy to implement all together at the same time. That's why it has got some kind of limitation at this stage, because, sorry, the governance of this system, DTC is Dhaka Transport Coordination Authority, is a authority who is actually working to maintain the discipline of the vehicles and traffics in this Dhaka city. So there will be some governance, sorry. There will be some governance issue from that regulator, and there will be some operators, because right now there are 30 companies are operating bus in these countries, but we have to choose one for this one as a pilot one, so that we have to look into that how these will be working. And bus stop and routes. Another thing is which is not common like other parts of the world, is that when the public transports or buses are moving, they stops here and there without their designated stoppage. And also, this is mostly happening because of the request of the passengers, actually. And also, sometimes they used to change the route, because when they see the traffic jam in one way, they go in another way at their will. So this will be streamlined in this way. And also there will be some onboard devices that will be provided to the buses, and the electrical infrastructure and communication networks both are in control in the country, so this will be helpful. But again, this is designed for a particular system at this moment. Next, please. So the implementation scenario, we are planning to implement in 2 pilot projects. In the first phase, there will be a BRT. This is meant for bus rapid transport. It's a 25-kilometer stretch, which is actually will only be used for the public buses. No other vehicles will be entering in that lane. So this is a dedicated lane for the bus service, and which are designed to implement this pilot issue. And most probably, so this one, if it is the if this BRT corridor is in practice, so in the first phase, maybe there are 340 buses might be coming in with the 50 information transport systems. And later on, it could be actually upscaled, or it could be replicated to other parts where much more buses will be included and much more vehicles will be included in this particular issue. So this is actually the first time that we are planning in that way. Next, please. So the as I have mentioned in the last slide, that the estimated capital cost, because this is the framework is just developed, but in the implementation process, it would be costing like that. Okay, so for individual cases, it could be might 5 to 7 million for pilot projects, but in total, if we want to implement it in the city as a whole for all the including all the buses, it might go up to 30 to 35 million US dollar in terms of implementation process. Yes, next please. So actually, this why we are actually interested in this one, because you know that the Dhaka city frequently becomes headline for air pollution issues, because of this emission from this traffic sector is one of the main responsible factor, because lot of traffic, lot of vehicles are flying in this small city. So their emissions are creating a lot of problem, health hazards in terms of the air pollution. And so from that particular point of view, and also from the implementation agenda of the NDC, we are committed. So we have calculated that if we can implement this project, so this will account for 1.9% reduction of our total 32.89 megatons of carbon dioxide equivalent reduction from which is committed in our NDE, especially from NDC, especially from the transport sector in Dhaka. So this is good for us. Another one, it will be actually supporting almost 5 to 7 million people who will be beneficiaries of this one, and the socioeconomic value mainly from the comfort and ease, the movement of the vehicles, the less use of the emissions from the less use of the fuels, because when the vehicles will be operating uninterruptedly without any traffic jam, so they will be operating timely, and there will be less consumption of fossil fuels that will reduce the greenhouse gas emission and other emissions as well. So the socioeconomic value estimated might be up to 210 million US dollar annually. And also it will reduce the journey time and also give the comfort and health hazard. And this whole practice is actually in line with the SDG 3 goal, good health and well-being, and SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. So from this particular point of view, so it will be supporting the NDC in NDC implementation. SDG, it is compliant with the SDGs, and also it will be good for the environment of this country. So from the sustainability view, from the view of improving the transport network as well as modernization and introduction of AI in the transport sector, this technical assistance and this framework would be of useful, and we hope that we look forward to further actually implement this issue. And we are working with some governments in terms of the issue, because in the slide I have mentioned that This is a case to be followed by a particular issues. In that case, the government transport agency, Bangladesh Road Transport Corporation, is planning to introduce this one in that bus rapid transport corridor with their buses. And there is another possibility that this could be introduced with the introduction of electric vehicle buses for the first time in Bangladesh. So this is the proposition at this moment. So this is from me all the time. Thank you for listening.
Yes, sorry for that. And I would like to thank Hamid for his presentation. And I think you have all benefited from his experience on how efficiency in organizing transport can lead to mitigation and adaptation results, which can also cause transformation in the communities. I think that's sort of interventions that we are looking for. And I would like to have our next presenter from Belize. And welcome Mr. George Woodhouse.
Hello.
Mr. Woodhouse, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm joining you virtually from the UK. I will just share my screen, so hopefully you can see some slides. So I'm very pleased to be joining you today. My name is George Woolhouse. I'm a principal scientist at HR Wallingford, based in the UK. And HR Wallingford was the lead consultant on a CTCN-funded technical assistance on groundwater monitoring system design in Belize. So I'm going to present on that technical assistance this afternoon. So as I mentioned, this was a CTCN-funded technical assistance. It was working closely with the Belize National Hydrological Service and National Climate Change Office. So they were the two main institutions involved in executing the project. It ran from October 2020 through to November 2023, so about a year. And the overall purpose of the project was to design a groundwater monitoring system for northern Belize for the benefit of the National Hydrological Service and the government agencies in Belize to improve the knowledge base for managing water resources in a changing climate. Just a slide about HR Wallingford. So we're based in the UK. We're a not-for-profit research and consultancy organisation. So we've been established for 75 years. We have about 200 technical staff, and we work a lot in freshwater resources and climate change adaptation, but we also do a lot on coastal development. So the image that you can see on the screen here is our head office, and this large aircraft hangar sitting behind it is where we have our physical modelling laboratories, where we model coastal structures and other coastal aspects. We work all around the world, and I myself have been more involved in the Caribbean region over the past decade or so. The project team for this consultancy drew together groundwater monitoring specialists. So we had Andy Ball, our groundwater monitoring specialist, Dr. Rodriguez Yepia, our hydrogeologist. We also partnered with local Belizean expertise. So we had Alicia, our gender and social expert, and Lucian, our water engineer based in Belize, and Chris, our financing and implementation expert. So a multidisciplinary team. In terms of the technical assistance and the stages that we went through, the initial phase under output 1 is the development of the work plan and the monitoring and evaluation outputs, which are common to most CTCN technical assistance projects. Then the next stage under output 2 was stakeholder mapping, developing a stakeholder working group, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. So that really ensures that the project has a good grounding in the various government agencies working in water resources management in Belize. The third output was to assess at a national level groundwater availability and groundwater consumption. So a desk study to provide a foundational piece of information that informs the following output, which is the design of the groundwater monitoring system. So once the sort of technical design of the monitoring system was complete, the fifth and final output was looking at what are the enabling factors for implementation of the system. So the institutional arrangements, financing arrangements, and capacity needs to make that happen. So it's quite a logically structured project leading through to the final output, which is of interest to the stakeholders. So the stakeholder engagement was obviously a key component of this project because water resources management cuts across sectors with multiple users and also multiple government agencies involved in various aspects of management. So initial stakeholder mapping developed a stakeholder working group, which I've just listed out here. So there's various government agencies chaired by the National Hydrological Service, who is really the lead technical lead on this project. And we're very fortunate that the Tenyo from the Hydrological Service is incredibly proactive and determined and engaged. So that really meant that the stakeholders were able to be convened and engaged throughout the project. Other key stakeholders are the Department of Environment, has a very important role in environmental monitoring. So that sort of overlaps a little with groundwater management and monitoring. Ministry of Agriculture, more on the user side in terms of agricultural water use. Department of Rural Transformation is a key stakeholder, and they look after water supply systems for rural areas. The Forest Department is involved in land management in some areas. Belize Water Services is the main utility, so a major water user, and they're heavily dependent on groundwater for water supply. And obviously the Ministry of Economic Development, private sector and community groups also represented. So we had 3 sort of major in-country workshops and then periodic online engagement with the stakeholder working group throughout. So just to provide a bit of context, I have here a map of Belize, and within the country there are various hydrogeological provinces. So we were working primarily in the coastal plains groundwater province in the north of Belize. So this was the focus of our technical assistance. And in this region, groundwater is used both for domestic, industrial and agricultural consumption. It's the driest area of Belize. So it's the most water scarce. There's a rising agricultural development, so there's conversion of natural land to agriculture and increasing fertilizer use as well. There's also high salinity issues in coastal areas. This is a very low-lying part of the country. So there is salinity. Climate change is indicating it's likely to dry, warmer and drier in future. So that's going to put increasing pressure on the resource. And in terms of the monitoring that happens at the moment, the National Hydrological Service has quite a long track record in surface water monitoring, river flow monitoring, but no monitoring of groundwater levels or of groundwater quality other than for drinking water. So this is really a new area for the National Hydrological Service and for Belize in general. And historically, there has been a perception in the country that water resources are virtually unlimited. But development pressures and climate change are starting to change the perceptions a little bit in terms of water resources management and wanting to take a much more proactive approach to the management of water resources. The final point here is that this shallow aquifer also continues across into Mexico, so there's potentially a transboundary dimension to this as well. So why is it important to monitor groundwater in Belize? So some of these key issues. One of the key drivers is really to ensure that water resources are managed sustainably in the long term. There's very little information on groundwater exploitation, the change in the groundwater resources over time. In the context of a changing climate, this is something that needs to be proactively managed. It also provides an early warning system for changing water quality or water levels. In some areas, groundwater is being directly extracted and used untreated for drinking water in some areas, so that's a risk to health. And finally, there's the risk of saline intrusion in low-lying coastal areas with sea level rise. When we look at climate change in Belize, this chart shows a time series for the projections for rainfall across a large number of climate models using the CMIP6 data. So you can see for the upper climate emission scenario, RCP emissions pathway of RCP 8.5, you can see declining average annual rainfall there to sort of 80% to present day values by the end of the century. So that will then impact on water availability and potentially increasing demand for irrigation water and reducing water availability. And this chart shows temperature change over the same period. So again, obviously, as we know, significantly rising temperatures. So those in combination are going to put more stress on water resources in Belize in future. So this is a very timely technical assistance. In terms of the monitoring system design, a few of the key considerations for that are listed on this slide. I'm just going to try and get my screen back. It's just gone completely blank. I'm not sure if you can still see my slide there.
Yeah, we can see a slide.
Okay. Right, let me just bring that back. I'm just going to bring the slide deck back again to where it was and reshare my screen. Okay, bear with me.
I'm in another call. I just wanted to call you quickly because I'm going. It's super confusing. Do you know what I mean? Did you see my message?
Okay, hopefully we're back.
No, she said 1 to 2 months.
So in terms of the monitoring system design, there are a few considerations there. We wanted to make sure that it was relevant and targeted in the highest priority areas. We wanted to ensure technological and financial sustainability. We wanted to make it realistic in terms of the capacity of the institutions involved. And we wanted to make it adaptable so that it could be revisited to address changing monitoring priorities. So we used existing well locations that had been surveyed by the Hydrology Service. We were looking for a spread of locations across the monitoring area. We were looking for what we call reference zones, where there's minimal human disturbance. So in those areas, you can pick up trends in groundwater change due to climate change. We also wanted to look at areas where agricultural development or other developments may influence groundwater, and areas where saline intrusion may pose a risk over time. This map here on the right-hand side shows land cover mapping for northern Belize. So these green areas are forest, natural forest. These pink areas are areas of agriculture, and these purple dots are communities and settlements. So you can see a zone of agriculture and settlement in that northern part of Belize, which is putting water resources and groundwater under pressure. In designing the system, I suppose that the interesting point about this slide is the decision point about whether to use automated telemetry-based systems, maybe with solar panels, or to use manual observations. And interestingly, both have their merits and their challenges. So in terms of manual systems, the Hydrology Service has a long track record of using community observers for surface water flow monitoring. So these are community individuals who will regularly take readings on stage boards for river measurement, and that's resulted in some quite long records. And that approach has the advantage that it's quite cost effective. There's very little sort of capital expenditure in setting up a monitoring site, and it also engages the local community in monitoring activities. The disadvantage is that obviously there's not immediate telemetry, and you might only get readings once a day or once every couple of days, whereas with an automatic station you can have readings sub-hourly if you need to. So we consulted on the balance of different approaches and developed a system which used a mixture of automatic and manual stations, which sort of balanced the costs and the benefits of each. And then obviously in implementing this system, there's the opportunity in a year or 2 years to revisit the balance and target the investment where it's most effective, rather than going in very heavily with a lot of automated equipment and then struggling to maintain the operational expenditure. Following the development of the design, we completed an institutional assessment, which just looked at the roles of the different agencies in water resources and groundwater management. The National Hydrological Service is really central, but there is some overlap with other agencies in terms of their activities. So the Department of Environment is collecting environmental data as well. One of the particular drivers for this project has been that in northern Belize, in the New River especially, there has been an increasing issues of eutrophication. So this is where high concentrations of nutrients, often from fertilizers, get into the surface water and cause eutrophication. excessive algal growth, and other issues. So the Department of Environment was actively involved in addressing that particular concern, but the surface water of the new river is fed through the groundwater aquifers of the area. So there is a linkage there with monitoring groundwater and monitoring surface water quality. So there's a need there to have a technical steering group around the hydrology service in the groundwater monitoring system. There's discussions around the data that the system generates and whether it should be charged for or made freely available. So a policy on data licensing and data costs are recommended to maintain that clarity. And this institutional assessment sits within a larger discussion on water resources management in Belize. So there's the National Integrated Water Resources Act in Belize, which has been passed, I believe, but is still being implemented. So this groundwater monitoring system, as it is conceived at the moment, may then find a home within that new agency when that is being set up. Just before I get on to challenges and opportunities, one of the elements of this project when we were designing the groundwater system was a regional knowledge sharing exercise. So we looked across the Caribbean region for countries with a similar dependence on groundwater, and perhaps increased water scarcity in comparison to Belize. Again, countries with perhaps small governmental departments, similar sort of capacities, and we had an online workshop where participants were able to share experiences about what's working and what's not working with groundwater monitoring programs in their context. So we had 6 countries: Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and obviously Belize, and had a session to share best practice. And there were some good key messages which came out of that, particularly from Jamaica, who has a long history of groundwater monitoring. So the key messages really were persistence. Monitoring programs, you need to be in it for the long haul, and you need to be prepared to stay the course. Advocacy, it's really important to have political support for the importance of monitoring and a strong institutional mandate to back you up with monitoring activities. And finally, innovation. You need to be able to adapt your monitoring activities to take advantage of new technologies and optimize your networks with the resources that you have available. So that was a useful exercise. So finally, just on key challenges and opportunities. So 2 of the most significant challenges. So long-term financing is really a perennial challenge for any environmental monitoring program. And at its heart, it really requires valuation of water in the public consciousness that then feeds through to the support at a high level for monitoring resources. And in Belize, some of the recent issues with drought conditions and eutrophication in the north in the past few years is starting to change people's minds. As part of this technical assistance, we looked at different financial models for groundwater monitoring. The theoretical basis being the licensing of groundwater abstraction permits should pay for monitoring activities, but there's some way to go in setting up the sort of institutional environment to make that happen. And that goes on to the second key challenge, and that's really Belize is a small country. The hydrology services is a small department, and just growing the capacity in the service to maintain, generate, and most crucially to interpret groundwater data. But there are opportunities, some great opportunities which have are there. So the opportunity to engage with communities in groundwater monitoring, as has been done for surface water, to help raise awareness. There's already a lot of technical collaboration happening between agencies, which can be built on, and to further integrated water resource management. And there are opportunities out there to source finance, at least for some of the capital aspects of implementing the groundwater monitoring system for both Northern Belize and then rolling that out to the country as a whole. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I will hand back to the chair.
Thank you, George, for that elaborate presentation showing the efforts that you are doing in ensuring quality of water, especially for the people. And I think we've heard from Ghana's experience, we've had experience of Bangladesh, we've had the experience of Belize. So I'll open the floor for the advisory board members for a few comments, because we are running out of time. And then, if time allows, we shall also allow our observers to raise some issues. So the floor is open, and Mohammed is number one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. J'ai deux remarques. Donc, la première concerne la secrétariat.
So the first question is for the Secretariat.
Donc, je félicite le secrétariat pour avoir programmé ces expériences très, très importantes qui nous rapprochent du terrain, qui nous rapprochent de la réalité.
I would like to thank the Secretariat to have undertaken these technical assistances and these experiences on the ground that link us to the reality.
Et je propose et je recommande au secrétariat la prochaine réunion de nous faire un exemple, une expérience de l'inclusion des peuples autochtones dans ces pareils projets.
And I would like to recommend, to suggest that for the next AB, the Secretariat provide examples of these experiences, technical assistances in relation with the autochthons communities, people.
Donc, deuxième remarque concerne mon ami Joseph.
My second remark is for my friend Joseph.
Donc, merci beaucoup pour l'intervention.
Thank you very much for the intervention.
Ghana, on peut le considérer en tant que société civile africaine, un exemple de l'inclusion des peuples autochtones ou les communautés locales dans l'économie durable.
It's a good presentation of how Ghana, the country, has created linkages between the economy and the local autochtone communities.
Nous avons un exemple, c'est le Ghana qui a pris le lauréat des prix Équateur 2022.
It's Ghana that won the Equator Prize in 2022.
Et une coopérative des femmes de Carité Songapa qui a emporté ce prix international, le prix d'Équateur 2022.
It's a woman cooperative that won this prize in 2022, Equator Prize.
Ma question à mon ami Joseph, pourriez-vous partager avec nous l'expérience de l'inclusion des peuples autochtones aux communautés locales dans les projets de la durabilité dans votre pays? Merci beaucoup.
So my question for my friend Joseph would be, could you please provide an example of projects or experiences that have been developed in Ghana in communities or autochtone people in relation with the sustainability and the sustainability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. And I don't see any AB members, so I would like to give the floor to Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the presentation from Ghana on the solar irrigation systems and the specific financial barrier in relation to capital expenditure, the CapEx. So we have recently run a matchmaking in Chile for a similar technology, and what we came across was that leasing as an option was actually quite interesting for the farmers, because that could more or less eliminate the requirement for capital expenditure. So I was just wondering whether, I couldn't see that on your list of potential solutions in your presentation. I was wondering whether you have come across leasing from the companies that provide the solar panels or the pumps as a possibility for these systems or farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we give the opportunity. Oh, I have a colleague from Uganda behind there. Professor.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Professor David Baguma. My question is about groundwater monitoring as presented by Joseph. Joseph, for the presentation you have made, it was very well elaborated and provides challenges to groundwater in Belize. My question is, what has the government of Belize done from your project that could be used to control groundwater pollution in the project?
Thank you, Professor Baguma. And colleagues, I think maybe one of the main reasons why we ask our colleagues, especially the NDEs, to present their experience, case studies in their countries is also to establish possibility of replication. And I think having heard from them, I think there are opportunities to try to copy, to borrow a leaf from them and to replicate some of those. You've heard of quality assurance of water from Belize. You've heard of transport control, how it can contribute to mitigation and adaptation as well. And also from Ghana, the use of solar for irrigation to enable consistent agricultural practices. I think these are quite useful examples, and I would like to give our presenters the opportunity to respond to the few issues raised. I will start with Joseph.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions. The first question is projects developed in Ghana, some experiences that ensure sustainability. On top of my head, no, but what I know is that the Irrigation Authority works with a lot of farmers in this direction and provides or supports smallholder farmers in terms of how they can come together to be able to work as a group and ensure sustainability in terms of cost for such farms. I think the challenge there that we experience is that for most farmers, they always think in terms of working in silos. So in terms of whatever results that come out from the projects or working in such groups, the issue is how do we accommodate in terms of sharing whatever comes out of it. And there's always a challenge in ensuring that equity. And that has always been a challenge. So they have always preferred to actually work in silos so that they can maximally benefit, but that doesn't also seem to be helping. But I think for most projects, I think that is the challenge. But it's something that is seen in terms of the Irrigation Authority, that there are some projects that are beneficial in terms of smallholder farmers. The other question is leasing as a potential solution. I think you are right. The challenge with the smallholder farmer is basically to look at ensuring reduction in capital expenditure, because already they are, let me put it this way, they have this challenge of meeting the needs to get the farms organized, let alone to now look at some additional expenditure that tends to strain whatever they have to do, because eventually they are not benefiting that much. There are a lot of complaints that are associated with that, and they are also don't want to be burdened with a situation where a lease would also might be quite reasonable, but maybe to them it still looks like something that they still need to part off with something, some finances in terms of ensuring the lease is more sustainable for them. But notwithstanding, I think that is an option that can be looked at in terms of the arrangements to look at how profitable or how beneficial in terms of how leasing can result in benefiting the farmer. And I'm sure probably it's something that we can add on to also support the farmer in that direction. So thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. And I think there was a mention about George's presentation. George, do you have some clarification response? George?
Yes. Hi. I'm back on. So the question was, what is the government of Belize doing to control groundwater pollution specifically? So in the part of Belize, northern Belize, where we were working on the project, there's really two main sources of groundwater pollution. So you've got point source pollution coming from industries, other point sources, maybe septic tanks and other issues like that, and then diffuse pollution from the application of fertilizer, pesticides on agricultural areas. For the point source pollution, there's large sugarcane processing facilities in northern Belize, which do generate some discharge. So monitoring those, I believe, has been done, and it's easier to monitor because there's a clear location where discharge is potentially happening and influencing surface water bodies and potentially groundwater systems. For the diffuse pollution, I think it's much harder to monitor. So there's figures on the importation of fertilizer into Belize, which have gone up massively in the past 10 or 15 years. But the groundwater monitoring system that we designed would provide for quarterly monitoring of those key nutrients, such as nitrogen and nitrates and phosphates. And with a quarterly monitoring program across a wide area, you would start to build up a picture of how that diffuse pollution is impacting on groundwater resources. but it hasn't been done to date. Monitoring of laboratory analysis of nitrates and phosphates is quite cost effective and can be accommodated in a monitoring program. Monitoring of complex pesticides is much more expensive. So when we were looking at the monitoring system design, the monitoring of pesticides had to be much more targeted than monitoring of nutrients. But the bottom line is that the groundwater monitoring system design would help Belize answer that question and set up the controls it would need to manage that risk.
Thank you, George. And I think, Ahmed, you want to say last word to the members here? Any comments?
Nobody asked me anything anyway. Yes, okay, no problem, because our one is a bit different in terms of its usage actually, because it's not common. But since we want to relate our issues with the NDCs and the pollution issues, we are focusing much more on that issues, and that's why, although this is a project of another government institution, DOE is like to supporting this one as NDE, and we are grateful to CTCN for allocating such project, and we're looking forward to have further issues in coming days. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, all our presenters of case studies situations. In Uganda, would have clapped for you, but CTCN has a culture of not clapping, so I think we shall leave it at that. I hope in the future we shall improve in appreciating our presenters. Thank you. Now, I think we had arranged to discuss agenda item 23.3, but looking at the importance of prioritization criteria, we've discussed and agreed here that we shift this agenda item to tomorrow and we do the prioritization now. And if I may understand that the Secretariat has shared with you the draft copy that is supposed to include your concerns, your inputs and comments, and that would mean just brushing through it to check whether your interests are catered for, and then we approve that prioritization criteria. But I know there could be some also important issues that could have been left out. We are flexible to accommodate that, but what we would like to do at the end of the day is to have that prioritization criteria approved by the board today. So we are in your hands. You determine the time. The way you respond, the way you want to take it, will determine the time we shall remain in this room. Thank you very much, and I will request the Secretary here to reflect that, and then when there's an issue that you have seen, then you tell us which section, which area of the document you would like to comment on, and I think we shall just follow that procedure. But I can also be guided if there's any other better procedure, then we shall go with it. Rajiv, you shall have it on the screen, and if there's a section or an area you want to give comment, please raise your flag, and we shall give you the opportunity. Thank you.
Is that made okay?
Yes, there's a proposal that we have the Secretariat walk us through the changes they have made, and then if there's any comment, we follow the path of the Secretariat. We give our comments and observation. So, Secretariat, we are in your hands.
Thank you very much, Chair. So just to be brief, all the changes you received in the document via email are highlighted in yellow. We try to integrate them to the best extent possible to accommodate everyone's proposal in the revised criteria. So when here we just changed the wording as per... Yeah? Good. So when here just slightly the wording was changed to accommodate Stephen's and Chair and Vice Chair's proposal. I will be pausing for a little so everyone can go through it, and we'll go to the next change. In the footnote on endogenous capacities, we extended what we include in this term. So we wanted to accommodate Pedro's comment to extend not just transfer technology, but to include everything.
Yeah, I see Justin, and let's be fairly brief
Yes.
and be to the point, mention what the issue is so that we move very fast on this. Thank you.
Just one very, very brief point under the footnote for 3. For example, national biodiversity strategies and action plans don't exist yet. So I'm just worried that that list might be seen as all-encompassing. So I think it's also just incumbent to say that this is such as, or rather than just making it that everything has to be fulfilled to actually be able to move forward. Obviously, we want to give discretion to the Secretariat to do that. It's just a very tiny clarification, Fred. Maybe we could put such as rather than including.
Is that agreeable to others?
So,
Rajiv, you want to say something?
yeah, so this is coming from the already existing documents. It has been mentioned like this, and the intention is not that every of these policies would be complied with, but any one of them or anyone related to it. So it's not for everyone.
Thank you, Rajiv, and I hope Justin has accepted the explanation. Thank you very much for that. And next.
In here we shorten under the updated to the current gender policy, and we also added the reference to youth empowerment and positive impact on the development of livelihoods for indigenous peoples and local communities. This is still preamble.
Yeah, I can see Annie wants to give a contribution to that, and Justin after that.
Super quick, indigenous peoples with an S. Thank you.
Justin?
Super quick as well. I'm just wondering if there's some way of including the other 2 constituencies that are missing, which is research and business and industry, not to detract or take away in any way, shape or form from the focus on gender, youth and indigenous peoples and local communities. So I was just thinking, is there some way we can just reference, for example, supporting contributions from all CTCN constituencies in a footnote or something and just list them? If that would be okay, because we're all in here to collaborate. And I don't want to mess with the text at all, but I think it's important just to make sure that we're all there to make sure that this moves forward.
Can you please quickly send me the suggested text via email?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, comment from Justin. I think one way to go about is for you to propose exactly what you want us to insert, the text that you would like to be put, and then another, I would like to bring to your attention that when you look at the technology framework, Bingo and Ringo are already included there, so with reference to that, I think is taken care of. But we are happy to have the appropriate proposal from you to include. Thank you. Can we continue?
So we'll move to the criteria itself. Under first criteria principle, we have the alignment with the existing program of work, and in here we add a footnote to specify that it also includes alignment with the existing 5 system transformation areas, and we name them, and we have 2 enablers, and we also have a name in the footnote. When under request is aligned to the key themes of the technology mechanism, technology framework of the Paris Agreement, we added a footnote on the Article 10, Paragraph 4, as well as Article 7, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement.
Give the opportunity to Pedro to give raise his concern.
Thank you, Fred. In number 3, I think we should ask a time frame, as Katie proposed, and I fully agree with. We should say, for example, or countries that have not received technical assistance in the last 3 years, for example. Because otherwise we can have a very, very unfair situation. Once a country receives technical assistance, it will never be prioritized forever.
So I seek your guidance on that. Colleagues, can we talk about final help discuss what Pedro has raised before we go to another? You want to help? Yeah, Ishiro?
My suggestion is just an editorial change. I suggest inserting CTCN before technical assistance. So CTCN technical assistance.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to say that because it does make sense like ever. Has not received. However, I think it's better to ask also CTCN whether it's 3 years, 5 years, 4 years, but definitely we need there, I don't know, maybe Rajiv, you can say 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, what is more, because for us, number 3, it is to make sure intra and inter-geographical and this regional balance. So but I'm open to.
Okay, Lydia's on the same?
It's the same. I'm with Pedro and Katie with the time. It's important. Thank you.
Okay, maybe Rajiv, you want to say something?
As a secretariat, what we can propose is that, which has not received CTCN technical assistance in the last 5 years.
I see Pedro nodding his head. I think he's agreeable. Katie, you still have something? Christopher? On the same or a new issue?
It's on the same point. I mean, I think from our side, we don't necessarily feel that there needs to be reference to a specific time. I think this is something that can be left to the Secretariat, because the Secretariat will have the full picture of the geographical balance in the region, knowing in what regions there are not enough NDs. They will understand why there are many requests or not many requests. But if Rajiv is happy with the reference to 5 years, happy to keep that. But I mean, I think we don't need to reference years and just leave this to the judgment of the Secretariat. We have full trust in their capacity to make these kind of decisions. So whatever makes Rajiv happy.
Yeah, I think since Rajiv had indicated that he was happy, I think we are on the same page. So I think we move to the next. I think, Pedro, you are happy. Good, thank you.
Thank you. So under number 5, we changed slightly the language to the request has the potential to contribute to system transformations, in brackets, nationally, regionally, and or internationally.
Christian?
SIDS, I'm just going back to number 3. SIDS has a small concern that by taking into account regional balance, that is slightly weakening our priority. And I'm not sure what to do here, but we do need, as SIDS, to be prioritised. And that's not to say that regional balance is not important, but I think they're separate issues.
Seems you are going back. I think after your statement, Christian, I saw Pedro raising his flag. Is it on the same issue? Okay.
And it's a very simple thing. It's not really that important for me, but I would say national, regionally, and or globally. Like international, it sounds weird for me there.
Okay. I think Stephen was even first before Pedro, but sorry, Stephen, I thought Pedro was the
No, that's fine, Vice Chair, and I'm going to take you back even further, I'm afraid. The footnote 7 in prioritization criterion 2 refers now to Article 7.5 of the Paris Agreement, but this is a footnote to the technology framework, which is Article 10.4. So I'm not sure why we would have an article in the footnote that has nothing to do with the technology framework. I think we should just leave that footnote to 10.4, which is, of course, the article establishing the technology framework. Thank you.
So that is something to take note and make the corrections. I think, Justin, then shall have the chair of the tech. I think this is the first time today is raising an issue.
Great.
Justin.
Thank you, Fred. In the true spirit of collaboration, Bingo and Yungo would like to suggest, if I may, Maria. Under number 7, after it says enables leveraging public and or private financing, to add a comma and add the words as well as research and the private sector, and close the sentence there.
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, so under 7, so where the sentence says enables leveraging public and or private financing, add a comma and complete with the words as well as research and the private sector, full stop.
I hope we are comfortable with that. I don't see any objection, so I want to assume we have agreed on that one. Can we now move to
So, when we say as well as, it means that it becomes inclusive. What I would like to suggest is that the request is developed. The request developed in consultation with or with the engagement of various national climate-related focal points, enables leveraging public and or private financing, or is developed in consultation with research and private sector.
That would work as well.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your flexibility, and Tivyang, now we are in your corner.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just to come in and support Stephen's comments, I think Article 7.5 is referring to adaptation, so I'm not as sure as to how relevant it would be to this conversation that we're having regarding the technology mechanism. So just to support Stephen's intervention. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and I think the Secretariat has taken note of that. They'll make the necessary correction. Can we, I want to assume that all the yellows on that page we have agreed on. So we are moving to the next. Oh, sorry, Valeria. Valeria, sorry.
It's okay. So it is clear to me and to everyone, I guess, that all the requests don't have to fulfill all the criteria, but only number 1 and number 2 that are mandatory. So then I consider that the wording in this criterion 8, including but not limited, is redundant, and I would suggest it, just to delete it. Thank you.
Not including. No, we put the word including, but not limited to, so that we can include the other things which you are mentioning of disability. Yes, yes, disability.
We should have just included that. Why don't we include?
But we also have the footnote, which specifies this. We will go to the footnote under this criteria.
So to save ourselves, would have. Can you remove that? Yeah, I think we are flexible to go with the proposal of Valeria, but I would like to remind you that at the footnote, there's a reference to the Paris Agreement, which takes care of what Valeria was also saying. So I think we are comfortable leaving it out, and then we continue. Any other contrary opinion on that? You have an related to that? Yeah, Pedro?
Yeah, I don't think it's much clearer like that. But I would say, can you put the number 8 in the screen? 8. Yeah, I would say and or the empowerment of youth, indigenous people, or local communities, because otherwise it means that to be prioritized, you have to do all that. But one of them is enough, I think, to be prioritized. So, and or the empowerment of youth, indigenous, or local communities.
I think that sounds good. I think my chair whispered to me that, it's good. So I'll go with that. And now we'll go back to Christian.
Or local communities.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just, my previous thought bubble was assumed a little more shape. How about if we try and insert some language into point 3 about the request, if we could just, yes. The request is submitted by LDCs or SIDS or by a country that has not yet received. Could we prioritise LDCs and SIDS before taking into account regional balance by saying the request is submitted firstly by LDC or SIDS, followed by any country that has not yet received, taking into account regional balance? Is everyone okay with that?
I just need clarity because there was a call for insertion of that number, 5 years. Are you suggesting that we leave out 5 years? Because if I heard you clearly, it seems what you're proposing is already there. But you may repeat exactly what you would like us to put there.
The request is submitted by LDCs or SIDS as a priority, followed by...
It's only one criteria, so you either have it or not, so it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
As a priority over countries that have not yet received.
Maybe let me put it very clearly. We are looking at the criteria the Secretariat is going to use for prioritizing or for selecting the technical assistance. And one of them is number 3. The request is submitted by LDCs and SEEDs. And by a country that has not yet received CTCN technical assistance in the last 5 years, taking into account regional balance. That is to say, if LDCs submit and SEEDs submit, then we also have among the submissions requests from a country that has not received any technical assistance for the last 5 years. Those should be given consideration in that order. So I think we also have to consider the regional balance in that aspect. So it is quite a clear criteria, unless you just want to remove either SEEDs or those countries that have not undertaken TNA, TA for the last 5 years. So that's where we expect some comment from you.
I wouldn't want to remove them, but if we're happy that the way that the point is structured, that prioritizes LDCs and SIDS ahead of other countries, then I think we can accept that.
Listen to other colleagues. Rajiv, you would like to clarify on that?
No.
Pedro.
It's just a minor edit. I think the yet is not needed anymore. It doesn't make sense actually, because it was before when we said yet had not yet received.
Yeah. Rajiv, that is when, if we agree that yet should be removed, then comments from Rajiv.
This is exactly the intention. LDCs and SIDS, and then other countries, and then looking at the regional balance. So that is the intention on how the Secretariat is going to treat this.
Do we have equity then between LDCs and SIDS?
I think usually in this process, we know that the most vulnerable groups that require specific attention and special attention, it is the SIDS and LDCs. We don't want to put weights on which one is lower, which one is higher risk area, what and so on. But I think we give them equal treatment in this aspect.
Okay, we're happy with that.
Katie?
Yeah, I'm also happy because this is also how I understood what Rajiv said, and this is when we also talked about fair prioritization. This is also what we meant, so I'm fine.
Okay. I'm happy the way we are. We don't want to leave anyone behind. It's a good way to get compromise. So I'm happy we are progressing. So the next one?
That's all.
That's all?
it.
It's perfect?
That's it.
So why don't we clap for ourselves for once? And I thank special members of the advisory board, the observers, my chair here. He insisted that we have to finish this today. So at least you clap for him. And I thank Rajiv for making his house work as we are enjoying the lunch. the Secretariat was busy trying to fine-tune the document, which has led us to this conclusion. So I thank all of you for your role, and I think it's a wonderful. So as we agreed earlier, tomorrow we shall start with the 23.3. That is where we stopped on the proposed agenda for today. And I wish you a good evening and a good night. If there's any issue you want to raise, I think there's none. So, good night and good evening.
Meeting tomorrow, or you do it by email? You do it by email. All right.
Yes.
That's an accomplishment.
Thanks for
Serious
that pushing. Yeah. And I appreciate it.